WCS back at it again on the boulevard. Big shout out to the supporters. Salute to the first in the building, Big Blunts and Boxing. Let's go.
Left jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss. Now you counting stars, should've practiced more. Should've hit the mask, get out there more. Man, that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
What is good? Shaw News, the Sauce Experience, AK Showtime. Shaw on deck, man. What's good with it? Team Tucker in the building. He says his coaches should be ashamed of themselves. Amateur green level coaches could have told Rivera the adjustments he needed to make. Shaking my head. Yes, sir. Shout more on deck. What's good? Yes, sir. So let's talk about this fight last night, man. Like, I really didn't do a post-fight reaction. It was like 1 o'clock. So, I kind of chilled on the post-fight reaction. I'm going to talk about it today. I'm going to talk about it in a sense of, what I seen played out, right? So, whenever it comes to Michel Rivera, you know what I'm saying? He was undefeated heading into that fight. 24 victories in, 14 coming by way of knockout. Feats at that time. And he was going in there against Frank Martin, who was only 16-0. You know what I'm saying? Who looked more like the polished fighter heading. Both of them, this is a 50-50 fight to me, man. I was going for Rivera, to be honest. I just thought maybe he can pull it out based off how Frank Martin looked against Jackson Mariñez. It wasn't no association. It wasn't no link it going on between Frank Martin and Errol Spence Jr. I just felt like, Frank Martin is in his grown man strength already. And even that didn't look too impressive against Jackson Mariñez. Being he did get the stoppage, he just didn't look that impressive to me. Okay, so we're going to get back on Frank Martin. Michel Rivera, listen. First of all, you had a fight near the end of 2022. This year has been extremely odd. You know what I'm saying? Strange. This year has been extremely turbulent when it comes to the sport of boxing. It's certain things that we was looking for in the rain, and we couldn't find it because it was washed away. It never really came. You know how you used to be kids, at least down here. We used to buy that chalk, and you can draw that shit on the pavement. And if it didn't rain, it can stay there for quite some time. We used to play hopscotch out that motherfucker. All that, right? It seemed like a lot of things that we was writing down, like we wanted to see as content creators, we wanted to speak about. It never came to fruition. It was just washed away before it even happened. Even came close to happening. Michel Rivera Frank Martin fight came out of nowhere. And we was like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Get December 10th out the way. All right. And then we got this Rivera Martin fight. All right, cool. All right. We felt like Martin was stepping up because there was a lot of hype going on with Rivera. We got to say when he went in there against Joseph Adorno. Okay, we saying, all right, all right, all right. We got you, we got you. You know, Adorno was undefeated, pretty decent. He went in there, you know what I'm saying, and beat Adorno in the unanimous decision. And then Jerry Perez, you know, the Barclays, unanimous decision. So he steps in there with Frank Martin. I didn't feel that Rivera was stepping up in the fight. You know what I'm saying? I didn't feel it was a step up for him. I thought it was just both fighters heading into another fight. Neither one of them was taking a step up, in my opinion. Like, you know, I placed them on the same level, pretty much, of, you know, at a point where they're trying to elevate just a layer up in their resume, you know, just better quality opponent. I didn't put them too much as a significant advantage stepping in there with one another. I just didn't see it until the bell rang. Early rounds, man. The fight was slow to impress. I'm not gonna lie, it was slow to impress because it wasn't too much fundamentals going on. Like Rivera was using the jab, but for Frank Martin, my whole disappointment was, and I know Shelton said, you know, he was impressed with him, right? I thought he looked good in certain areas of his skill set, the suit, how he was technically, you know, using the two a lot, and he was turning them and stuff like that. I get it. I understand all that. But how can you be signed to a guy like Errol Spence? How can you be trained by Derrick James? And Errol is basically praised for his jab. But yet Frank comes out there as if he never learned it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not use the jab on this dude? You know, you're going to turn the guy to the point where you're in a disadvantage. You at a disadvantage because you can't even land any strikes from behind the dude. That shit looked pretty in the gym, okay? But when you keep doing it on the professional level, you have to know when to stop. Like, you cannot go in there and turn them the entire degree and make it seem like, yeah, I'm behind you. What is that benefiting? You can't punch him from behind. You can't do shit. Turn him a little bit to the point where you get him a different angle and stick him. Don't go all the way behind him, man, and get warned by the ref. It was just some amateur type stuff going on in there. Real talk. And you know, for us to praise Errol Spence's jab, which he does have a solid jab, right? Where was it with Frank Martin, though? Bro, he was just trying to use her as a measuring line for entry to get in on Rivera and land a two, like all night long. That's all you was doing. Do you believe that's going to be effective and beneficial to you, stepping up to fight somebody like a Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Gervonta Davis? Man, you would get slaughtered up in there. For real. But let's get back. It's hard. You know, like, I know a lot of people want to give Martin, they want to exalt him and everything. I understand that, bro. But both fighters, in certain area of the fight, you were shaking your head like, nah, they supposed to be better than this. But anyway, Michel Rivera, man, he was a victim of green booking. All right? And shout out to Shaw, man. I was listening to you live earlier, and he gave me an idea. He was a victim of green booking, man. Green booking is having a corner that's supposed to be well versed, okay? Once again, I never forget how boxing works from the bottom floor. I never forget how easy it is for people to obtain these certifications, all right? The certification in boxing is green level certification, bronze level, silver level, and gold level certification. All right. Michel Rivera's corner seemed like they had renewed their green level certification, like in their minds, before they actually picked it up. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't anybody over there credible or reputable enough to tell this man to make a change. How can you allow a fighter to go 12 freaking rounds and look the way Michel Rivera did? How? That was one of the worst fights this year. That was one of the worst lopsided fights I've seen, man. This year. I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit. You know, I had so much high hopes. You know how people were looking at Michel Rivera. You know, he started to feel himself a little bit, calling out some bigger names at 135. I don't blame him. I say, cool, man. Do what you would do. You know, young man, rumble. You know what I'm saying? Young man, rumble. You know, do what you got to do. But when you went in there against a guy who's really not above your level, he's pretty much equal. You made him look extra good. I mean, like you made him look superb. For real. You made Frank Martin look like, you know, you and him was on two different levels. What made it even worse is that your corner act like they never even been in the gym long enough to qualify to submit for a bronze level certification. It just seems like they may have received that certification off the back of a Wheaties box. I don't know. They might have been believing the hype too about Michel Rivera and the Ali comparison. And that's why you look at my thumbnail. That shit takes more than looks. This shit takes more than looks, man. Because he's never going to be able to live up to the expectations. Even though his name is what it is. If y'all don't know, you know what I'm saying? If you don't know what his name is, you know, Michel Rivera Medina. You know what I'm saying? Lazaza Ali. Lazaza Ali. All right? Now, the catchy part about it is that he has Ali on his trunks. And for people who don't know his alias, you know what I'm saying? They're going to say, oh, he put Ali on his trunks because of Muhammad Ali. But his name is Michel Rivera Medina. His alias is Lazaza Ali. And also when it comes down to his looks and the box fade, they kind of plan into it a little bit of the Muhammad Ali look. Listen, that ain't it. He ain't him. You know, Rivera's not Ali. You're not even close to it. You seem like you was a PA, brother. And if y'all never heard it, y'all hear him from WCS for the first time. He was like he was a PA. Who all know what a PA is? What's going on, Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more? So, Lil G, how you feeling? Yasser, what's good? What's good? Let me get to these comments. Y'all let me know. Do y'all know what a PA is when it come to boxing? A PA. Let me hear it in the chat, man. Drop it in the chat if you know what a PA. Tyrese, what's good? That was easy work. It was, bro. Sheldon say he is very good. Martin is good. Martin is good. That was nothing Rivera could do. Not athletic enough. True, I'll take that for real. I'll take that. Sherman is just not that good. It was exposed last night. He just had a padded record. He did. At least he didn't get knocked out though, because once again, getting to Frank Martin later on, he's not he's not an excellent fighter, bro. Like, you took a basic, extremely restricted dimensional fighter. I couldn't even call him one-dimensional, man. You took a restricted dimensional fighter in Michel Rivera, and Martin couldn't take advantage of it for 12 rounds with all that muscle. I mean, you couldn't take advantage of Rivera. You already earned the knockdown in round 7. You couldn't find all that muscle strength, man, and get this dude up out of there and go home and have a knockout. That proves the work that he has to do. This is a grown man, yo. You and your grown man strength coming in there with a full freaking beard and and goddamn edge up and shit. Motherfucking goddamn look like you trying to pose for freaking Sports Illustrated. And it look like he about to compete with Men's Physique next week. You can't get this dude up out of there. You might need to work on cardio and digress a little bit on the weights, bro. That's all I'm saying. If Rivera was there and with Tank or Shakur Stevenson fight that way, he would have got stopped. Those are 2 world champions, elite southpaw boxers. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. The fight was what it was, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, man, these guys are not taking advantage of what used to be a bragging tale. You know what I'm saying? The bragging tale of a southpaw. This should be a bragging. Oh man, you're a southpaw. Oh, shit. I remember they told me when I was in the boxing gym as a kid, right? One of the Olympians, right? They was heading to the Olympics. They said, "Oh, he's a southpaw," and I told this story once before. They say, "Oh, you're a southpaw. You're a southpaw." I just couldn't stay in it because, first of all, my pops didn't know I was down there. And, he wasn't going to pay, he had multiple kids to deal with. So I didn't know until I was told as a kid. Like back then in the city, you can walk up to these gyms and, as a kid, see some of these big names that dropped through Georgia. At that time, it was, some big names that was in there, and they weren't big at the time. They would go on to be. And they said, "Oh, you're a southpaw." You know what I'm saying? I really didn't know what I was doing, but he said, "Oh, you're a southpaw. You got pretty good speed, work on this, and this." But I didn't stay in the gym, man. I couldn't. But anyway, it just seems like the bragging tale of these southpaws, right? Frank Moore was a southpaw. He just didn't give me that braggadocious type feeling to say, man, he is super slick. I like what he was doing with turning them. It played out for me early because even with the way he was turning them, when he shut it down, he continued to do it again. He was basically taking himself out of position to get the grand result. Like the grand result is to what? Be elusive. Come up with some magic. Make him think you in one place and you're not. You behind, you just on the side or whatever. Not behind him where the ref gonna break you up, Frank. That makes no sense to keep doing that shit over and over again. Okay, you're gonna spin him like a top and then don't get anything out of it. You want to spin him just enough to be on the side of him and light his ass up with a combination. Not just get behind him and you can't even punch him behind. You can't jab him in the back. You can't push him off you in the back. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference with practicing on something for benefit rather than practicing on something just for looks with no benefit to it. You know what I'm saying? It has no benefit at all. You just know how to do it. You're smooth at it. It's just like dancing. You're smooth at it, but after that, then what? You know what I'm saying? Then what? Sheldon Moore disagree big time. Trust we spar him before. But hey, what do I know? and that is fact. That is fact. I was talking to Coach about that. And Coach was saying that Rivera is pretty decent. You know what I'm saying? I just look at it like his corner could have dressed him up a bit nicer for the dance, man. Like they act like they was green level, bro. They was guilty of green booking. They did not have an experience level in there yesterday. I don't know if the check was there. I don't know if the orders was there. But goddamn it, you can't sit up here and let a guy like Michel Rivera, who's coming up the ladder and people's thinking big. This remind me of that dude. What's that dude name? It'll come to me. Elvis Rodriguez. Michel Rivera remind me of Elvis Rodriguez, man. When they was bringing him up, he was fighting at 140. They was bringing him up until that fateful day, bro. I remember that fateful day when he ran into that dog, Kenneth Sims Jr. And people had all the hype on him that he was this, that, and the other. And he ran into that dog, Kenneth Sims Jr., that shined on him. That kind of remind me of that fight last night, man. Like, where did all your boxing go? Where did your gears go? Why did your corner get to a point where they was incapable of providing you the necessary advice to go back out there and make adjustments? Why couldn't you as a boxer make some adjustments yourself? You trying to tell me at 24 years old, right? At 24 years old, bro, you can't make any adjustments. You know what I'm saying? You came into boxing in 2016. We heading into 2023. You couldn't make any adjustments on this guy? Because it's not like Frank Martin was doing some incredible shit that we ain't never seen before. It wasn't like he was boxing circles around you, Rivera. It's the fact that you kept giving him the same picture each and every round, and all he did was continue to paint the canvas, no problem, no sweat. You giving me the same shit? Okay, cool. I'm good with it. I don't have to work too hard. Just stay safe, be box smart, and we good. Shit, Derrick James didn't even have to ask for the freaking secret sauce. Give him the secret bottle. He didn't even have to ask for that shit on you. He didn't have to, WCS, not against Rivera. He was levels above this guy. He was, man. He showed to be on a different type of time, really. I don't know what was going on with that green booking process. His corner just act like they just never been in a situation of all them fights this dude had. 24 victories, all these fights, and you green booking your fighter? You green booking your fighter. Seriously. Anybody find out what PA mean? I never spar him like your fighters have, so I don't have the sight you have. I'm going strictly by eye test. Yeah, I was talking about that the other night with Coach, man. And he gave freaking Rivera praise, man. He was like, shit. You know, he's good to go. He's solid. He got the people thinking Frank Martin is Tank Davis, Shakur Stevens, and Devin Haney status. He's not. He's not. Don say salute. He definitely not Ali. More like Allah. More like Allah. Damn, that was slick. Okay, that was slick. I like that. Michel Alibaba Rivera. Damn. Rivera got Samson behind him. They move and manage him well until last night. You know, it don't have anything to do with his management. You know what I'm saying? It don't have anything to do with his management per se. It's not like managers aren't in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Your manager can actually be in the corner with you. But I'm just saying, like, where does Rivera take accountability that he's the boxer in there, and it's up to him to make adjustments too during that 3-minute period for which he's arguably not winning the rounds. And you've practiced this before. You're highly touted. They're talking about you as the next best. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to that point, climbing the ladder, they're talking about you. And you go in there and just look like Frank Martin was levels above you, man. It was unsat, man. It was unsat. Your performance was a F. Your corner green booking you like that was a F. That was a F, real talk. You was a PA. Michel Rivera was a PA yesterday. Anyone who ever compared this guy to Ali does in the game. I think it was more so the looks, not so much the talent and the skill set showed. Yeah, I think it was more so the box cut, and they was trying to go off, the Ali on the trunks when his alias has Ali in it. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to play a little bit, finesse it. Rivera got beat by a better fighter, that's all. He did. Now, we're not saying that it should have been a draw. No one's saying that. That's not even a debate. All we're saying is, why did it look and play out the way it did? Why? How? How can your corner green book you like that? Did y'all receive the orders? Did they receive the orders? How can his corner green book them like they didn't know what they was doing? Like, bro, green level certification? Like, come on, man. Civil? That was coming up just like Michel Rivera. That shit disappeared. All from Kenneth Sims, bro. It's crazy. Sheldon, we beat that dude up worse than Martin did at 17. They had to stop the sparring. See, that's something, that, he can talk about. I've heard. But, that's coming from the camp itself. King Mitch on deck. What's good, Mitch? What's good, Mitch? Exactly. I don't have the insight you do. I must evaluate by the eye test alone. It's the overhype that makes the people shit on the fighter once they lose. Props to Martin's performance. Mitch, I put it like this, bro. Peep this out. Hype has to be a part of this. Hype is very, very essential. Boxing is a business, but the popularity has to be a part of the price tag. Seriously. Because what do we say? When we have all these debates, right, we always talk about which fighter is more known than the other. Who's more popular? Who bring more butts to the seats? So you have to find a middle point to gauge how you're going to bring the hype to that fighter. You have to bring the hype to the fighter for the business aspect of it. The negotiation process for that fighter to start building up themselves, at a higher price point and continue to win. The loss is going to come regardless, man. If your bravado is there and you can rebound from that loss and come back, it's not impossible to rebound and come back and do as great as you did before you took the loss. But I would encourage fighters absolutely find a way to get yourself on the hype meter. Let people hype you up, because if nobody know about you, you ain't getting fed, bro. A closed mouth don't get fed. You want to be Mr. Studious, Mr. I want to do everything right, you're not going to get fed. You're not going to get fed. Every now and then, you got to do something different. You know what I'm saying? You got to come up with a way to, draw the people in, get them to gravitate to you. It's a part of business. If no one knows who you are, you're not selling tickets, you're not going anywhere. Anybody find out what PA is? They told him he needed a knockout, but they didn't tell him how to go about doing it. That's fire. That's fire. You know what I'm saying? They told him he needed a knockout, but didn't tell him how to go about doing it. That's fire. Real talk. Jackson just beat the Cowboys in OT. Jacksonville just beat the Cowboys in OT. Okay. So let me tell you what a PA is. It's professional amateur. Michel Rivera was boxing like a PA, a professional amateur yesterday. It's almost like when you go in there amateur and you throw a whole lot of shots, man. I almost call him, he was fighting like a national champion. You know what I'm saying? But, that might be an insult to some of the national champions out there that actually feel they was boxing better than Michel Rivera. But he's boxing like a PA, bro. A professional amateur. He act like he didn't know what the next step was. He didn't know nothing except doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. He was boxing like a PA, bro. Real talk. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I thought he would show up and show out, just like I thought Martin would show up and show out. I don't think Martin showed out yesterday. Truth be told, WCS is always, I'll speak with integrity enough to the point where, you can believe it if you want or if you don't. I just can't boost him up like just because he beat Michel Rivera the way he did. It wasn't anything super spicy though. Like he didn't show out on this dude. Like it wasn't a point in the time where say, oh shit, all right. Like Martin is just giving us the basic vibes, bro. Like he was in there with an opponent who did less, but yet made him look good. He illuminated Frank Martin as a fighter, but yet it wasn't like Michel Rivera was bright from the beginning. It wasn't like he came in there and his illumination, like this motherfucker was a neon bulb. He was shining brighter than bright. I didn't get that. We was trying to see who was the next brightest fighter in the lightweight division. We was trying to see who can get thrown into the mix of the Fab Five. You know what I'm saying? Because that's heating. You know what I'm saying? You got the Keishans in the shadows, Shakur Stevenson in the shadows. You got the Frank Martin in the shadows, Michel Rivera. We have these fighters, Chris Colbert in the shadows. We're trying to see who's going to be the next. We're trying to see who's going to be the fifth and sixth in the Fab Five. Who can be juggled in that last position. And based off Frank Martin's performance, he's not the Fab Five. He's not in the Fab Five yet, bro. Because I have to look at it like this. I say, well, do I see him defeating Shakur Stevenson? Absolutely not. I don't see that happening, bro. I don't see it happening. I don't see it. Now, I'm going to throw something out there to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to throw something out there. Keyshawn is sitting at 7-0. I wouldn't mind seeing Keyshawn fight Frank. I don't know if they put Rivera in there with Keyshawn. I don't think Keyshawn can elevate or put a feather in his cap with a Rivera win, especially if he's coming off a loss with Frank Martin. But I did hear Keyshawn Davis say that he was ready for any one of them. He was ready. So being that you're not going to get a title shot anytime soon, it would be great to see him and Martin lock up. Seriously. It's a gap of experience when they talk about the numbers, but not so much because Keyshawn has that Olympic degree. He's a silver standard champion. I would like to see that next year. They just both got off the ring. They just got off the ring in December. That's a perfect fight for 23, man, if they can make that shit happen. Two different promotions, but I would like to see Keyshawn fight Martin. I don't think Frank Martin would accept a fight with Shakur Stevenson. It's too much. He's not going to be turning. He's not going to be spinning Stevenson like he did Rivera. There's no way in hell, dog. There's no way in hell, bro. Velocity Cups, what's good? How you think Martin would do against Nakathilia? It'll be a tough fight, man. Nakathilia can fight, man. He showed that with Shakur Stevenson at a lower weight class. He can fight. He can fight, man. And, he's still lurking around. But when you're inactive and you're quiet, nobody talks about you unless you got some hard fanatics that know about Nakathilia still being in the race. He's a law enforcement officer. Shakur Stevenson had one of his boringest fights on his resume when he started to step up against Nakathilia. People was criticizing the shit out of Stevenson for that fight. But Nakathilia was a tough opponent, man. And then the same thing with Toka Conclari. He got criticized for that. But Nakathilia is solid in my opinion, man, for Frank Martin to fight. I would like to see him fight Keyshawn Davis, though. PBC has done a great job back in Arrow. because I know Bud would do Errol worse than Frank Martin did to Rivera. Hey, we know this, man. Debbie says, you sounding like Gary Russell Jr. Remember when he said a certain fighter fights like a professional amateur? Yeah, man. Like, dude, he looked like a professional amateur. I can't remember Gary saying that, but if he did, shout out to G. Russell. I was just thinking about that. Like, he's fighting like a professional amateur, man. No real outlet, no options, no mental options. You know what I'm saying? That goes along with being great. Because when a boxer step in there against the other boxer, they're the only two competing against each other, and then there's a third man in the ring, the referee. You have to be able to understand that adjustments has to be made. That takes everything in your catalog that you've been trained in the gym for, and you have to learn how to pull it out and execute it. You have to learn how to do that. That's why you get taught so many things. That's why they give you so many looks in the gym. So you can learn how to handle certain type of styles, certain type of speed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he just didn't have it. What's good? What's good? W says, Merry Christmas, family. Merry Christmas to you and yours, man. Real talk. Happy holidays to everybody that's in the chat. I like Frank Martin. He better stop saying Tank name. That Glock is off. Tank Davis is a gorilla. Keyshawn Davis would beat Frank up. They know Keyshawn been doing down there at the world-class boxing gym. Hey, man, I want to see Tank get that. I want to see Keyshawn get that name, because Frank Martin shining. You know what I'm saying? Right now, people's buzzing about his performance. But like I tell people all the time, if you listen to me, if a fighter wins, I just don't look at the fighter winning. You know what I'm saying? Even with the fighters that I support heavy. You know what I'm saying? Look, Terrence Crawford went in there and did what he was supposed to do with David Avanesian, for which the method and time that he was able to do it with made it even more exceptional, because he showed people that, hey, I'm on a whole nother level. You already know that. I'm just showing you again, remind you, I can shut it down when I feel like it. I can shut it down when I feel like it. I still shout out to Javon Woodard. When I was chopping it up with him, and I was praising him how good he looked, because his fights, he is fighting competition that's subpar. But I was talking to him about one of his fights. And he was looking me in my eye when he said, hey, I'm supposed to do that to them guys. That level of competition, I don't get excited over it, but I'm supposed to do that. He's right. He said, I don't get excited over something I'm supposed to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. But with boxing, you will see fighters like him shine on, and them. Shout out to Pop, too. Shout out to Javon Woodard, man. Good guy, bro. You'll see guys looking spectacular against that level of competition. And then you still wait till it's time for them to step up. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the format of boxing, how it plays out. Like you can fight mid-tier, low to mid-tier competition, and then it gets to a point where your team agree it's time for you to, pop the hatch, jump out this bitch, and take that risk. You ready? It's a big name opponent coming up. You ready to step up? And that's what separates the boys from the men, bro. I would like to see Keyshawn Davis and Frank Martin. Real talk. Andy Cruz coming through the back door. I don't know if it was you that said that last time, Velocity. Shout out to Velocity Cuts on deck, man. This is what I have to say about Andy Cruz. This ain't the amateurs, bro. And, closed mouth don't get fed. In the professional ranks, it's not many people know who Andy Cruz is. It's people know Luis Ortiz, King Kong, right? They know, who he's been in there. They always bring up Deontay Wilder's name, for his most memorable fights, right? They don't bring up Charles Martin. They bring up Deontay Wilder, right? So Andy Cruz has to link up with somebody to start giving him a buzz. He's not gonna go to Keyshawn Davis. The way they moving him over top rank, man, come on, bro. What's this dude's record? Has he even got a fight yet? Now he's over here from Cuba. What's taking so long? You got to get rid of the damn jet lag and everything. Like what's going on, bro? Keyshawn is moving up. He's elevating. He's elevating. While Andy Cruz thinks he's going to become the male Savannah Marshall. You can only hype that shit so long. You can only hype it so long. And if Keyshawn continues to improve and fight and you know, knock him off, it's going to be harder and harder for Cruz to get a fight. We're talking about 5 years from now. We're talking about 5 years. He want to become a male Savannah Marshall chasing Carissa Shields? You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. He's not going to get no fight with Keyshawn Davis until he put in some names. You got to put in some names, man. Where your names at? We want to see how you going to perform over here. Dude might be the truth as a professional. He might be the truth. But we all know it's plenty of people who has bragging in the AMs. What about Sean Porter? Would Sean Porter defeat Oleksandr Usyk right now? Do anybody bring that up? Martin Rivera looked like how I see Spence and Bud. Okay. Yep, law enforcement officer. Yep. Push that down in there. Just push it down in the trash, man. Seriously, pressure fighters started to look like amateurs when they was in the ring with a true A-level fighter and realized that pressure is not enough and having nothing else to turn to. Let me reread that. Seriously, pressure fighters start to look like amateurs when they get in the ring with a true A-level fighter and realize that pressure is not enough and have nothing to turn to. It does take a camp. It does take a team. You made a solid point. You know, it does take a team. Real talk. to kind of get that fighter where it need to be, man. You know, it's different for each fighter. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's different for each. Hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on for a second. Okay. Man, shout out to the Mac on deck. What's good with it, bro? One love to OGWCS. We on deck. No doubt about it. Man, y'all be sure to subscribe to the Mac Mob. Man, go over there and check the brother out. You know what I'm saying? Always dropping the link. You know what I'm saying? Putting out some fire-ass content. Shout out to the Mac Mob. Happy holidays to you and the fam, bro. Y'all be sure to check out the Mac Mob. No doubt about it. Fire-ass content, man. Continue to do what you do. Shine, brother, shine. Don say the OG once told me that there are a lot of pros, but there are very few professionals. Damn. That's a deep ass freaking comment for real. Because when I thought about professional amateurs, right, it's just like you can be a professional with amateur type ways about you. And some people, you know, they used to say Lomachenko, you know, from serving 2 tours in the Olympics, that he still had amateurish type ways about him. Because, you know, he was throwing his hands and just, you know, doing all this foot movement and doing a lot of nothing. It looked good. It looked like he was dancing, and you know, with the 2 gold medals, them headlights all the time, and all that. But a lot of shit he was doing that was amateurish early on in his career. But that's a solid point, man. There are a lot of pros, but there are very few professionals. there might be some people that may not be able to break that down comprehensively. You feel me? And understand how deep that is for real. Because you can turn pro off the paperwork. No doubt about it. You can pro off the paperwork, but your style and who are you as a fighter doesn't resonate to you being a professional. You know what I'm saying? You can get the paperwork, but that's why you hear people say, what gym you in again? You ain't trained nobody, man. No wonder. You ain't did anything. You ain't even qualified to be in that position. You ain't did anything. Hey, Shaw, I was about to mention some names, but I said, nah, man, fuck that. I'll let you do that, dog. Tank will hit him with something that will make him want to get a full-time job and start being a model for all them designer labels they be wearing. They better leave Gorilla alone. Hey, I call him Mr. L Chin Checker, bro. For real. Tank at the post press conference, L Chin Checker. He thought it was, it was funny and all that, but he is, He really catered to the Latino fan base. I consider him L Checker for real. He is that gorilla, bro. Rivera will be back. Nothing wrong with the L. It's nothing wrong with the L to certain people. You know what I'm saying, Juice? Like, it's nothing wrong with an L to certain people, but to others, there's definitely something wrong with it. It's definitely. If they can go all the way, like you tell Floyd, that same shit you just said, there's nothing wrong with an L, he'll say who? You say who? Not me. He'll go through all this. He'll run it up and down his resume. He say who? You trying to tell me? That's not my mentality, brother. That O on my record is everything. It's everything to me. And what's crazy about it really doesn't mean anything. Like I told people on another live about Ricardo Lopez, he has a higher win. He has more wins than Floyd Mayweather, and he retired undefeated. But people don't talk about him because he's not a name as Floyd. But check this out. Floyd get praised for exceeding Rocky Marciano's record, but Rocky Marciano wasn't even in the same weight class as Floyd. Floyd don't even have that division on his resume, y'all. Why is it such a big deal? Because he retired undefeated. Floyd doesn't even come close to even being comparable to Rocky Marciano, a fighter who took extreme amount of punishment, a fighter who had a powerful right hand that he named Susie Q. But in order for him to land Susie Q, he had to freaking take several punches to get that punch off. He used to get beat up, man. Like Shadam said, he'd get broken up, man. He used to get broken up. He was just a tough fighter. He used to get broken up. He would take punches to give that punch. And make no mistake about it, Marciano was tough. How does it compare to Floyd, though? How does it compare, man? Like, is anybody actually looking at, the record itself? Like, nobody's taught Ricardo, Lopez like that. Best comment, Porter beat a unified heavyweight champion in the amateurs. Dropped that High Grease Chronicles WCS. I'm telling you, bro. Like, nobody's really looking at Porter Usyk right now. Are you really going to bring up Usyk and Porter? You know what I'm saying? But amateur, are we really comparing? Like, that's what I'm spinning. That's what I'm spinning with the Andy Cruz situation. Like, yeah, you got the bragging rights, shawty. No doubt you got the bragging rights for the AMs when it comes to Keyshawn. But goddamn it, Keyshawn getting the bragging rights right now because he's fighting under the bright lights. And he's doing his thing. I don't know what to say about Andy Cruz. I'm waiting for him to get bright lights and see how he cooks. I want to see if he's still got that flame from the AMs and people can start looking at it like, hey, man, really start thinking about making this fight between Keyshawn Davis and Andy Cruz, man. I think it may be right. But what's his record? You know, we can't give him Keyshawn in the debut. Keyshawn smashed this dude, and people wanna Keyshawn gonna feel comfortable about that. I mean, look at Savannah Marshall, Carissa Shields, how long that shit out. You know what I'm saying? The wild part about it, that they went into that fight with the same record, but a different level of certified credentials of achievement, y'all. They might have had the same amount of wins, just a different in knockouts. But obviously, Carissa Shields' accomplishments far exceeded that of Savannah Marshall. Mac Mob say, happy holidays to you, OG. Nothing but respect to you, fam. Same to you, Mac Mob. You already know what it is, man. You already know what it is, man. Much respect, brother. Y'all definitely show up to the Mac Mom and sub to his channel, man. Them panels be fire. Tony Boswell, what's good, man? Shout out to the Boswell on deck. Much respect at World Combat Sports in the chat. Stop there and show support. Hit the like button. For sure there, Tony. Appreciate you, my brother, always. You know what I'm saying? Happy holidays to you and yours, man, over there. Like I said, those got family in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's immediate family or relatives, man. Shout out to y'all. Hope you have a great holiday. Real talk. But in the meanwhile, we be on here talking this boxing. You already know. Salute to Tony Boswell in the building, man. Yeah, I'm just looking at them green booking this dude, man, and it was not the best look at all. And shout out to Shaw News for dropping that dang, hot earlier. You know what I'm saying? I was listening on the road, man. I was listening to that live on the road, and I was like, okay, I like that right there. Green book. His corner was acting like they was on the green book. I said, all right, cool. I agree with they were acting like an amateurish type corner. An amateurish type corner in a professional setting is dangerous for that fighter. Dangerous, man. Because if that fighter is in there with, let's say, a more highly skilled or more technically, I don't want to say sound, technically advanced fighter than Frank Martin, it could have got dangerous for Michel Rivera. Martin wasn't that dude. But if he was in there with the right type of fighter that presented that level of threat that was much higher than Frank Martin, then different. Now we talking about him possibly getting stopped. Balash on deck. What's good, man? What it do? That's my whole point. I'm like, bro, your career is not over. I don't believe that one lost your career over. Because at some point in time, a fighter has to step up, man. And every fighter is different. Like, real talk, every fighter is different. I always bring up Lopez and the amount of fights he had. But Michel Rivera had 24 victories heading into this fight. 24 victories. Now, of course, I'm going to bring up some other fighters. It's in this same situation. You look at Michel Rivera, and he is a professional fighter, right? On paper, he's a professional fighter. And he was able to basically what? Inflate his record. Just like some other fighters, like Jaron Ennis. I just having somebody that was seemed like they was perturbed in NYC, and that's okay for you to be perturbed, but don't act like we're not both content creators and we supposed to all agree with one another all the time. And just because there might be more familiarity with a certain fighter on your end, cool, but he's in the same boat. Jaron Ennis the same as Michel Rivera. I'm not talking about so much skill set wise. I'm talking about record. So until he take a step up versus somebody, he's going to be in the same situation. He has the numbers, but he doesn't have the what? He doesn't have, you know how you put the cues into effect, quantity versus quality? He doesn't have the quality yet. He doesn't have the quality of opposition for us to start bragging on inside the ring when it comes to his opponents. Because look at it this way. Y'all over there at that gym can get mad all you want, as if y'all can do the criticism, but yet y'all can't take the criticism. Y'all, we find so much that people get offended, especially when other blacks or come in on another black fighter. No, we done past that. That doesn't make a difference. We can't say, oh, he's off limits, when all you people over there in the gym is criticizing the shit out of Bud like he did something to y'all personally. Don't be mad at me. All I'm saying is, when it comes down to the paperwork on these fighters, like Michel Rivera, this man had 24 fights. It was time for him to step up. Even though I was on record as saying this wasn't a step up, it was. Like, I consider Frank Martin to be a step up fight in a sense where, he's backed by, he signed the Man Down Promotions, right? But I didn't consider the step up fight went to the level of technique and skill. I didn't see it. I didn't see Frank Martin being that guy the way he looked against Jackson Marians. I didn't see it, bro. That's all I'm saying. W says, who do you have winning between Frank Martin versus Keyshawn Davis? That's a good fight, man. That's a good fight. I'm just looking at Frank Martin's skills and what I've seen in Keyshawn Davis. I'll be honest with you, Mac Mob. I've been paying more attention to Keyshawn. I've seen him fight in person more. I would go for Keyshawn in that fight. I just would go with Keyshawn. Seriously. It just seems like he's definitely going to be able to make the changes. You know what I'm saying? Entirely different team surrounding this dude. Entirely different than Frank Martin. Like, he has Derrick James in his corner. 2 unified champions now. 2 unified champions under this man's charge. Frank Martin's out here freaking going through rounds without even having an active stick. What are we talking about, bro? You have Derrick James, who people was talking about, hey, man, he should be trainer of the year. 2 unified champions. He should be trainer of the year. But Frank Martin's up here just throwing the 2. No setup, no nothing. Spinning motherfuckers on ending up resulting on the backside of a fighter where he can't even throw a punch because it's illegal to punch a fighter from behind like that. Like, what are we doing? How can your fighter come up there and not emulate your best fighters? Your best fighters are freaking 2 unified champions. But Frank Martin is coming out here absent of a jab, bro. I got to go with Keyshawn. Because Keyshawn is going to give you the whole tool bag of the fundamentals. He's not fighting like an amateur. He's not doing shit repetitively to say, oh, again, cool. Oh, okay, here we go again. I spent them again. Oh, man, that was cool, yeah. Oh, I did it again. That worked. But you're not benefiting from it. Just like Pernell Whitaker, right? You remember when Pernell used to be elusive and he'll avoid like 4 to 6 punch combination, and then at the end, it wasn't no punches coming back, but he'll dance and shit. He'll do his little dance. I always felt that you just blew every part of that dance routine that you did by not returning any punches. I felt it was just non-conducive because the judges are going to look up there and say what? They're not going to give you any points for eluding punches. They're not going to give you the Willie Pep type of freaking round. It's saying, hey, man, we got a round because, he didn't throw no punches. But, man, he avoided a lot of them, and it looked pretty. So we're going to give him that round. They're not going to give you the Willie Pep effect, dog. Will-o-wisp. They're not going to do that for you. That's all I'm saying. Keyshawn, in my opinion, he does things effective to getting the job done. Frank Martin was doing some things that look good as far as fundamentals, you know what I'm saying, as far as, keeping the pressure on Michel Rivera. But him spinning this opponent for no real value, it seems pointless, man. It seems pointless to me. Like Lomachenko, I never seen him do some shit like that. Like they bragged about him, how his dad put him in dance class and all that. I get it. But with Lomachenko, he with a purpose. The purpose was there. He showed you what was going to happen if he was able to slide on a different angle and then, land some punches that you didn't see coming. With Frank Martin, he would spin you all the way around and like stop the opponent from actually pivoting to try to engage you in the new direction. No, he was just like, stay there. Like, I don't know what it was, man. Why clinch in that position? Why put yourself in a predicament not to allow your opponent to turn around so you can catch him, so you can give him the element of the surprise? Don't stop him from trying to locate where you at. What's the purpose of you doing it? Make it look pretty? What the fuck are you doing? Like, he was doing shit over and over, and I'm like, what is the benefit behind it? Allow the man to reassess, to locate. Allow him to try to put the GPS on you. God damn, where did he go? Where is he? And then when he's trying to look for you, smack, pop, pop. Make it work with a purpose. Just don't go up here, oh man, that shit, yeah. That shit felt good. I spent his ass. He didn't know where I was. But you didn't do shit with it. Oh, Magmar from DMV? Okay, for sure. Shout out to the DMV, man. They got that fight coming up at the early part of 23. Man, that was my first duty station, man. Look, I could have created a whole lot of families over there in DMV when Haynes Point was on and popping. I was over in the DMV, man, as a teenager, bro. Real talk. As a teenager back in the 90s, man. Real talk. That shit was wild, man. I love the DMV. When Killer Majara was open, man, come on. The go-go music was still jumping. Chapter 3 was pumping down. I used to love Chapter 3, boy. It was, god damn. Anyway, those are old times, man. I used to love goddamn DMV was popping, man. I heard Haynes Point. That shit's silent right now. It's not even the same park. You used to get your ride washed up. Go to the seafood, pick up some seafood and shit. Go down there, man. Easy, man. Pick up a female, easy. So love that place, man. So who you got in that fight, man? You had Keyshawn winning, or what? Who you have in that fight if it happened? Versus Frank Martin. And I'm not even gonna present the question, really, because I don't see the fight happening anytime soon, to be honest. You know how that goes. We can wish and pray, but them fighters in two different sides of the avenue, bro. They're on two different sides of the avenue, man. We really don't want to have that conversation again, like the early talks of Crawford Spence, being on different sides of the street. But shout out to Martin them getting a win. I give them that. They got the win. They picked up the victory. It's easy for us to critique from the outside. I'm just at this time, he's just not giving me that vibe. Like, I was looking for him to show out. Like, maybe he felt he didn't need to show out. He was getting the job done. And it was no need for him to put himself in risk. You know what I'm saying? He might have was cool just to damn cruise to a victory. And that's it, man. I don't know, man. Hey, I don't see the performance being with the aesthetics. They're not matching up to me. Like you come in there like you're getting ready for a men's physique competition, but yet I don't see you tossing around weight in a fight. I don't see you moving the room. I don't see you moving your opponent like that. I just don't see it resonating over yet. Like, I don't see that shock value that I'm looking at them. Oh shit! Damn. Okay. All right. I'm not getting that value from you, Frank. Aesthetically, you're presenting that you're in shape, you're conditioned, you love to be in the weight room. You got, the biceps are there for the television, but What's going to happen? Really get in there with somebody who's going to make you work that jab. They're going to make you pay for throwing that two without setting shit up. They're going to make you pay for it. What if you get in there with somebody like Shakur Stevenson? You're not going to be able to spin him like a top. It may be quite the opposite. That's what I want to see how you're going to react. I want to see you're able to change levels and make the necessary adjustments. Or you going to be in the same position as Michel Rivera? You sitting there looking clueless, like I don't know what to do. DJ, hey DJ, man, what next, man? You know what I'm saying? I have no idea. I have no idea. Man, come on, man. I don't know. It is a good, who's next for Frank Martin. And I'd definitely like to see Keyshawn step up. He's putting it out there that he's ready for anybody. And his last fight, he showed he can go, the distance. So neither one of these cats are knockouts. They don't have that Gervonta Davis amplifier. You know what I'm saying? So they definitely not getting Devin Haney anytime soon. Lomachenko. Now, how we can see something else play out, though, I'm gonna be honest. If Devin Haney vacate the belts and move up to 140, that's gonna light up the 135-pound division. You talking about Independence Day? Yes, indeed, brother. If he vacates those belts and open up everything, open up the floodgates, because that was a title, right? Frank Martin and Michel Rivera. If Devin Haney chooses to absquatulate to 140, then that's going to be crazy. That's going to open up some whole nother matches with the Gervonta Davis situation. Ryan Garcia, if he chooses to stay at 115. Keyshawn, Shakur Stevenson. It's going to be crazy, bro. It's going to be wicked. Even Kambosos, if he chooses to stay at 135, he's still going to be in the mix. And not, Kambosos is going to get another shot with somebody. You know what I'm saying? I would rather Keyshawn get a shot at Kambosos, a former unified champion, undisputed champion, right? Even him. Shakur Stevenson, even him. But I look at Shakur like he's a two-weight world champion, formerly unified at 30. I don't see where he'll benefit off of Kambosos. I'm just saying, I don't see where Shakur Stevenson running circles around. I don't see it. But Keyshawn, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Chris Colbert, yeah. We can't leave out Chris Colbert. He's ranked at 135 now. And then, depending on how this fight, I believe Hector Garcia is still holding that strap at 130. But depending on how it looked for him and Gervonta in January, he might just hang around at 135. He's a solid fighter. Once he takes this L against Gervonta, he's going to be, a reputable opponent to fight at 135. Real talk. Like that division, man, I'm telling you. Man, amazing division, dog. Bullet Cromwell. Yeah, Bullet Cromwell. Shout out to Bullet, man. Haynes Point was a spot with me. Awakening. Yeah, the Awakening statue. I heard they moved the Awakening, though, but goddamn it. Man, I have some, crazy memories at Haynes Point, man. Woo. God, oh boy. Just imagine how shit changes. Damn. Keyshawn is good. He also is marketable because of his mouthpiece. I explain people this all the time about Keyshawn. They look at how he was talking on the mic. Following the backlash he received and people coming out and calling him a bitch or whatever they was trying to do just because he was hyping up his boy. People need to understand, blacks don't need permission to hype up other blacks. It's not ghetto for him to hype up his boy. if they are legitimate, they consider themselves to be family, cool. But it shouldn't have to do with people saying, "Oh, that professional man, he ain't gonna get nowhere because the way he was talking." Keyshawn doesn't act like that when you see him in person on fight week. I would say that he's extremely professional. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he's an extremely professional dude. He's nothing like, but it's there. Like, that is the process for which you gotta have. People need to understand. Like, when you bring that savage, you want to bring that motherfucking junkyard dog out. Like people know that Tank got that gorilla, but he's changed over the time to be more user friendly in front of the media. Keyshawn understands that because of the Olympics, and he's been working on that. So you don't get any of that type of energy that he was giving you when that shit went down with him saying what he said, jumping up and down when Shakur Stevens and Devin Haney. He's a professional. Seriously, real talk. He know when to talk his shit. He know when to be professional. Shout out to him for knowing how to activate both of them at the right time. I have no idea. For real. For real. $503. There go the link. If anyone want to talk about, whatever the topic was and what they think about this whole situation. I know it was other fighters on that card. I do know it was other fighters on that card. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But we still waiting, man. We still waiting. Shout out to Team Crawford over in Omaha. Shout out to them cats. You know what I'm saying? We still waiting for the big announcement, if it's going to be one. If not, let's move on to the next big announcement. There's plenty of fighters out here. Let's start this and understand there's plenty of other fights that we can brag about, but only if it's possible for that fight to happen. You know what I'm saying? If we're not going to get the Spence Crawford situation, because call the situation, man. Like, it's just turned into a situation. If we can get the Spence Crawford situation to bubble up once again, and it seems like, you know what I'm saying, it's going somewhere, then cool. If not, let's talk about freaking what's next at 154. Let's talk about if it happened between a fighter, a decent name at 147 for Crawford. Real talk. I wanna shut down the effect that people are giving certain fighters without them being in a position to prove it. If is the mandatory back then, okay. Crawford's been on record saying he had no problem. I want to see the best fight the best at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Per the eye test in the gym and from what people said in sparring, hey, like anything, they give Boots credit. I cannot sit up here and accredit him and put him nowhere close to the stratosphere of Errol Spence Jr. or Terrence Bud Crawford because he hasn't been in the ring with nobody on that level. I give Terrence Crawford the edge over Errol Spence fighting Boots just simply based off what we know about the whole situation. I just say that Crawford's a more stronger fighter, more durable fighter. He's shown, just like he just stepped out the ring, he's shown on the 10th when he earned his 6th straight freaking title defense stoppage. He has gears. We're not having the question mark for Crawford like Michel Rivera. There's no green booking rather. There's no green booking in the corner of Terrence Crawford. And there's no way that he can even be considered to be in that situation because he's too smart of an elite fighter when it comes to his boxing IQ. So I give him the edge, and that's what I give him the edge overall over Spence. I just feel like his boxing IQ far exceeds that of Spence. But I'm kind of done talking about it. because it's just people ignoring the fact on who truly don't want to fight. I'm not gonna do thumbnails on that shit every time for algorithm. I'm not gonna do it because it's pointless, man. You know what I'm saying? It's pointless. But there are a large amount of haters that would do anything, say anything, because they have no integrity anymore for their channels. They just out here being clowns in a circus, bro. They don't even change up the outfit. They just come over here and look in the same goofy ass way, and they come over here and create shit and talk about the same shit with Crawford. Put clickbait out there. Don't worry about the clickbait. Just say what they want to say and don't care. And that's why people will continue to look at them as being a joke when it comes to creating content, because that's what they choose to do, lie. Just create clickbait on a fighter, a black fighter at that, and then act like they support black fighters. If you ask me, why is there so many black channels that choose to attempt to dehumanize, to tarnish one fighter's reputation who doesn't come off like that in the general public as being totally disrespectful, lying, and not user friendly? Why they chose to basically group themselves together and speak ill of someone that's on the pound for pound list? Hey, your thoughts on it is good as mine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Your thoughts is good as mine, because these are black creators that's choosing to basically devalue their entire career, the entire boxing catalog. You know what I'm saying? Then the entire freaking spreadsheet that Terrence Crawford has earned in his career, they tarnish it and continue to make shit up. Everything he has coming up, they wanna sabotage it with basically disingenuous information. And I'm not gonna say it has to stop, because it's pointless to say it has to stop. These are grown people doing this shit, so it is what it is, man. What's good, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Salute,
what's happening, man?
salute to the chat. Salute to everybody. Happy holidays, happy Kwanzaa, Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah, all that good stuff. You know, we don't discriminate.
Happy Rum Chata. I got to give a shout out. I was introduced to Rum Chata.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Rum
What
Chata.
is
Very
that,
smooth
brother?
drink.
I don't know what that is.
Man,
Oh no,
shit is good.
that's a smooth. It's a smooth drink, man. It's a smooth drink.
Hey,
It's a
Sheldon, I'm
smooth
telling you,
drink.
once you make one of them, you're gonna make two of them and three of them. It's
Yeah,
gonna have
yes.
you locating in that bitch.
Listen. And not for nothing, Shelton. The ladies love it. Yeah. Like how
Okay,
French used to say.
okay.
How French used to say in A Living Color. The ladies love my cologne. Yeah, they love it.
Well, I'm in a real good mood today, man. My boy Darren Waller just came back and we looking good, man. Too little, too late, but we looking good.
Yeah.
What team you rep?
I ain't gonna hold too
No,
much
the
of your
Raiders,
time, man.
The Oakland Raiders, bro.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Listen, I don't want to hold too much of your time. Yeah, I want to shout out to Team Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Team Spence too. You know, hopefully EJ comes back in June and May or whenever he's coming back. But what I want to address is, man, and I like Frank Martin, man, but I just see how like the Frank Martin hype is touching an all-time high. And he's calling out. Listen, me and Javante used to bump heads, but at the end of the day, right? You calling out Javante. Javante is proven, bro.
Yeah.
If Javante fought Michel Rivera last night, the way he fought you, we might have been going to a decapitation, because Javante would have took his head off his shoulders, man. Javante is a southpaw just like you. He was standing in front of Frank Martin all night. Like his coaches, I don't know. His coaches was tap dancing. They didn't know the foot patterns, or I don't know, man. I just don't know, man. They
was it really a foot pattern when it comes to Rivera? He wasn't doing anything fancy.
No, I'm just saying, like, they didn't know the foot pattern. Abner Moore was trying to school them from the sideline,
Yeah.
commentating them. He should have had his foot out, outside,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't know that. And it got ugly for him. He got beat up, man. Frank Martin beat him up last night, man.
Yeah, his footwork was terrible, but I attribute that to being just out athleted last night. He wasn't athletic enough to even compete with that guy. You see how slow he looked, making Frank Martin look like he's Sugar Ray Leonard or something. There.
Nah,
You
you
know
know
what
what
I'm
it is? He just his corner every
He's
time.
not athletic. That kid is not athletic. He's basic. You know what I'm saying? He's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. And against other guys, he'll do a lot better. But against athletic guys who can move and got decent footwork, he's always gonna have problems because he doesn't have it.
Nah, you're right, but his corner wasn't telling him. A lot of times, right? If your corner is giving you proper instructions, right? Because Frank Martin keeps his head on the line. If you watch the fight, when Rivera was in right positions at certain times, he was catching Frank Martin clean with Chris shots. That's why I said if he messes with my peoples, Keyshawn, Shakur, and Tank, they're gonna knock his block off. They're gonna knock his block off.
And that's cool. My whole point is I want to see it. I don't want nobody running from nobody. You think those guys are better? Then fight them guys.
Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore, we ain't getting that, man. You know how the business of boxing is, man.
But that's what I want, man. I know I can't always get what I want.
I wanted too, man. I used to go hard like that, and then I had to learn. Man, it is what it is, man. Like, it'd be a lot of people behind the scene that is invested in this, man. And like Michel Rivera, yesterday was his day to cash out. But like I said, he's young. He's 24 years old. He'll be back again. But it is what it is, man. It's just the sport of boxing.
That's how it's for. How did the greats become greats? Because they fought whoever was out there, man. You got to fight the top guys. Shakur is just come to 35. He ain't got no fight. This dude just had a fight. Why they can't fight? Let them fight. Shakur ain't got no belts at 35. He's just a contender like anybody else.
I feel you. But they ain't gonna do that with Shakur, man. They're not gonna do that. After they seen what Frank Martin did to this boy, they're not gonna do that. Listen, I want to say this while I'm on live. And Jamel Herring is my man, right? Jamel Herring is the decorated Marine hero of the country. You seen what Shakur did to him?
Look, if you confident in your fighter and you saying your fighter is this and your fighter is that, then put his ass in there with a motherfucker who can fight.
That's a fact. I'm all for it. I'm all for it, man. But how the game is set up, they don't do that, man. Because they look, and I don't want y'all to take this no wrong way. They look at these fighters like racehorses, bro. Every fighter is groomed to be a Kentucky Derby winner. They trying to win the Preakness and all that.
But that's why boxing is in the state that it's in. We got bullshit fights like Charles Martin and Luis Ortiz and shit like that. That's why it's in the state that it's in, because nobody want to fight top competition. Everybody want easy touch.
But Sheldon, they are considered top in the rankings, though. It's not like the depth of the heavyweight aquatics. It doesn't run that deep, though. So Luis Ortiz is still relevant. Charles Martin's still relevant, just not relevant to people who.
Listen, not for nothing, man. We can't take nothing away from Charles Martin. At the end of the day, when the history books write themselves, he was the IBF World Heavyweight Champion, man.
Yes, he was.
He was.
Yeah, he's a belt holder.
He jumped off the airplane wing. He jumped off the airplane wing with the bag of money. With the bag
he was a heavyweight champion, bro.
Yeah, he was, man. I agree. He was a heavyweight champion.
He was. And Anthony Joshua gave him that $8 million and he handed that motherfucker over real easy.
It's real easy.
Hey, I know the dude. The dude lives right here in Carson. I know the dude.
It's like the movie The Great White Hype. It is what it is. He was a champion, though. Whether he paid for it, he made it. They gave it to him.
Yeah. You can't deny that. You can't deny that he was the champ, and it's gonna be in the history books. But That doesn't mean he was good. Shit, Hercules Mike Weaver was the champ at one time. That don't mean he was good. That just means he was the champ. Yeah. Trevor Berbick was the champ at one time. He was good. That just means he was the champ.
That's how boxing is, man.
Saddam Ali, goddamn it, was champion at one time. Goddamn it.
Yeah, that don't mean he was good. That just means he was the champ.
He was the champ. Yo, boxing is the modern day CB4, man. If you affiliate with the right people, it doesn't matter how good you are. You can make it to the top.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can because there's so many belts. There's so many belts out there, bro.
Well, you can make it to the top.
That waters it down. Yeah, you're right, brother. That's what waters it.
Well, you can make it to the top, man. It's like, see, some of us are old school, and that's what we dwell on. Like, back in the day, you had to be the best to be the best. Nowadays, you don't have to be the best to be the best. You just have to have the best people around you, promoting you, hyping you, and moving you. And no knock, listen, I love Floyd Mayweather to death, man. Floyd Mayweather is a big part of that, man.
But let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask everybody on the panel a question. Wouldn't you want to prove, if you feel you're the best and you feel that you can compete with the best guys that's out there today, wouldn't you want to prove that to yourself, if to nobody else?
Absolutely.
But see, that's an open question to human beings who don't think alike. Everybody don't have the mindset to go out here and what you're asking in the manner for one. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't have that competitive spirit. They don't have that go to the depths on the dark side and see what it's like, reach failure, and then come up out that bitch. Some people don't want to go there. They don't want to visit. They don't want no visitation rights. They just want to be in comfortable positions. You know, that's an open-ended, heavy-ass question that a lot of human beings, they don't compete like that, man. They don't care.
Well, see, I guess the reason I asked that is because I guess that's just the way I think. When I was in the military, I wanted to be the best fucking soldier I could be, so I did whatever I had to do to become that. When I was in the carpenters union, I wanted to be the best fucking carpenter I could be, so I did whatever I had to do to become that. And, even though I retired, I still think that way. I want to be the best at whatever I'm doing. I want to be the best at it, or I don't want to do it at all.
Yo, see, you have a different mentality, man. Nowadays, the mentality, that's not the mentality. The mentality is, if they think I'm the best, I can act like I'm the best. It's not about being the best no more, man. Look, and listen, I'm not throwing these brothers underneath the bus. Look at Jamal Charlo. I didn't say Jamel. Jamel proves he was the best. Jamel is undisputed. But Jamal been chasing Charlo, this guy, all these guys forever saying he's the best, but you haven't proven it. Look who you fighting.
Yeah, that's a hard pill for me to swallow, but I'm seeing where you guys are right. That's a hard pill for me to swallow, though, fellas.
It's like, look who you fighting, bro. Like, how you proving you the best, but you're not fighting the best. You're not even Selecki. Who is Selecki, bro?
At least
with all these top-notch killers out here. You getting drink. You getting drink smacked out of your hand, putting your drink down. Yo, David Benavidez is running down on you in Dallas. Like, why you not fighting these guys, bro? You rolling up on David Benavidez in Vegas at fight weeks like a fan. I thought he was me for a second. That's what I would have did. If I would have seen Sweet Hands, I would have rolled up on him like that. Yo, you're a world champion. Why are you rolling up on him like that? His fight week, man.
Yeah, for real.
The bigger question is, why is you rolling up on B-Ball and asking him for a fight? He's not even in your
Because
listen, man. That's what fans do, man. Yo, my man is a fan on the low, man.
Look, check this out. He's desperate, Sheldon, because he couldn't get the Canelo fight, couldn't give him the respect to acknowledge his presence. So he went to the next best thing. You know, he wanted to go to Bivol. Why? Because Bivol have a common opponent in Canelo. He knew he was going to get his ass beat. He knew he's going to get his ass beat. He just wants the check, though.
That's it. He's trying to cash out.
He gonna sell that O, man. He gonna sell that O, bro.
Yeah, he's trying to cash out, man.
Blunts, what's good, bro?
Combat, Shot News, the Sauce Experience, Yaga, Sean, what's the deal, man? How y'all feeling, man?
Hey,
We
we all
good.
good. Top I say, my boy said,
Nabule.
my boy said he's 285. Yo, Blunts is the big ass defensive end out here in this motherfucker, man. Let
You
me find,
heard? Hey,
let me find out you related to my people, William Roberts. Shout out to all my Haitian girls, man. Yo, you a big
hey,
motherfucker, man. 285, man. You don't
hey,
need,
but I
listen,
dropped.
you don't need no motherfucking gun at 285, man. You are the gun, man.
Hey, listen, hey, 285 ridiculous. I shed weight like butter though, so it ain't nothing to it. I'll be back 190 something. Give me about 6, 7 months. I'll have it back together.
Man,
Nothing, no problem.
you a big ass bodyguard type nigga, man. You don't need, listen, you don't need no gun. Motherfucker see your size, they trying to get a gun or a weapon, man. You a motherfucking rhinoceros out here, man. The black rhino, man. African rhino, man. You a tank, bro.
The real deal, yeah. And I'm quick, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, I gotta get my hands like you though. I might need some one-on-one lessons. I call you when I'm hitting the bag and shit. You directly teach me how to get my shit off, you know what I'm saying?
No,
I
just
you
put it
know what I mean?
online like Shaw do. Just do a cameo. You know, get the lens time. You know what I'm saying? Shaw,
Hey, shot
goddamn pull over on the side of the road when people going to
you.
school. Goddamn shadow boxing this shit.
I just be doing, I just be doing my thing because I got a lot of jealous dudes. They be thinking I be slipping because I'm in my mid-40s now. But I be trying to let them know, man, the source is always going to be the source. Shout out to Buddy McGirt. You know what I'm saying? I came up around the legends. Shout out to my cousin Junior Jones, Poison. I came around the legends, bro. So my shit is always going to be sharp. It's just now I choose to be professional. I choose to be a gentleman. Like I'm a gentleman, man. I don't want to show you my gangster. I'm a gentleman.
I want to get y'all take on this fight coming up. That's a
Oh
big
man,
fight.
that's
a
huge,
big
man.
fight.
Yo, that's you. Listen, hopefully we have a mild winter and I can fly down there and cover this fight, man. Cause listen,
AB
from
coming
what
to
I'm
the
hearing,
A, shouty.
from what I'm hearing, man, BLK Prime is stepping right now, man. They the new PBC. They got the hedge fund right now.
Yeah, man. They got the monetary backing. The Brinks truck is pretty full, man. What y'all think about AB? First of all, do you believe that he's going to be able to balance the scales? Have y'all heard anything about the weight that they're going to fight at?
I just think AB's gonna be AB, man. That's all I'm expecting, man. He knows how to sell a fight. He knows how to draw a crowd, and then come fight night, he's not gonna let his hands go, man.
So what does that mean, Shaw? Like, what weight you think they're gonna fight at, bro? Like, you think they're gonna be
147.
180,
Yo,
203?
listen, how his
250?
gut was looking at Crawford's fight, man. He was looking like, his gut was looking like. Remember when you covered him in Baltimore? When you
Hey,
covered
somebody
him
got
in
some background
Baltimore,
noise. Yeah. Go
when
ahead, bro.
when you covered him in Baltimore, that's how his gut was looking, man. He was out there looking like the village people, man. He had his gut was poking out. He had
On the
on the
flyer though, it looked like, I don't know when this flyer.
come
I
on,
mean, he
calm
looked
back,
like
come on, man.
he might be on target. He might be on
Yo,
target, Sauce. You know what
calm
I'm
back,
saying?
come on, man. We photographers now, man. Yo, editing and different software is a motherfucker.
Hey man, I didn't want to. I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. Like this is a new, updated, recent picture of him cutting weight.
Yo,
Dog.
I don't know, man. Listen, yo, Derrick James' voice. I have no idea. You know,
Dang, Shelton and Blunts, man, y'all ain't saying nothing about this shit, dog.
Hey man, AB is what's my man say? My man just told you everything I would have to say. AB is AB, man. You don't know what AB gonna show up. So you can't comment on that because you have no idea what AB is gonna show up.
AB gonna sell the fight, man.
Yeah, he's gonna do that.
Entertainer.
He definitely gonna do that, but we don't have no idea what AB gonna show up that night. Is it gonna be an AB that's gonna fight, or is it gonna be an AB that try to do the shoulder roll and just get tagged up on that?
Man, I'm going with my brother, man, and I'm not a racist, man. He better not let that white boy whoop his ass, man. Bernard Hopkins' voice, man. And the white
He
boy
may not have a choice in the matter, my brother.
Nah, he can't go out like that.
You know, looking at Red Cats quit against Pro Grace, man. It ain't no
Yeah.
way, Adrian. No, AB. No, you better bring
All
every
right,
bit of
don't go out like
Cincinnati
that,
out.
AB.
Bring every bit of Cincinnati out, motherfucking stick up kid. Any lick you ever did, hell no. Don't let
Bro,
me
This
do
man
that.
said up. Which side?
do not go out like that, man.
Don't go out like that, bro.
Bro,
Hell no.
you the can man. You the can man. Don't go out like that,
Anybody
man.
can get it.
Anybody can get it. Don't go out like
Eh,
that, brother. We
Yeah,
love
yeah.
you, man.
Come with the can man, dog. Become the can man again.
Bro,
Anybody
remember
can
what he
get it.
said? Y'all, I whooped this boy. Remember when he fought Pacquiao? I whooped this boy. I did it for the hood. Don't go out like that, man. Because the hood
Hey,
still loves you, AB.
Everybody love AB, man. They love AB for the entertainment value. That's about it.
see, Regis stopped him in 6 rounds. So of course, AB has.
No, Regis didn't stop him. No, Regis did not stop that man. That man got tired of getting his ass whooped and he quit.
And quit. Yeah, he quit.
Regis
He
stopped him
quit.
because Regis was touching his ass up. He stopped him, though.
Yeah, he
was
quit.
touching his ass up, and he hit him on the thigh, and then he go into this theatric. They was trying to get the man to stand up. He couldn't stand up. Had to get
The
the
man
stretcher.
called out a stretcher, bro. He called out a stretcher.
I was there.
bro.
I was there, bro. I was there, like 100 feet from the fight. You know,
Rougarou was different, man. You talking about a brother that made it to the highest level in boxing. But remember, he used to have a 9 to 5 before he became a world champion. He was changing tires and doing municipal work.
Yeah.
So he still has that, on his shoulder. He still has that on his shoulder because they always told him he was never good enough.
But
now
I
he's
think
a 2-time world champion.
Yeah,
Regis got that dog.
I think if they're gonna build this fight up with AB and Regis, AB has to go in there and stop him just like Crawford did Avanesian. Like, if you have a common opponent, just so happened the common opponent of Crawford was Igis Kavalowski, who stopped David Avanesian, and Crawford went in there and stopped Avanesian at the 6th round. So AB really needs to go in there and do the same to Red Catch, bro. He does. He need to do it. He need to stop this dude in 6th round, just like Regis.
Now,
so they can
my
build
only
up the
question
fight.
is, Scotty, my only question is that AB that you're talking about still there?
That's true.
That's my only question.
That's a heavy. That's a heavy question
I
mark,
think
though.
so. I'm gonna say this. I think so because to come from where AB came from and to make it to where he did, it's always in you. You just gotta find it. You just gotta dig down and find it.
Showtime on his political public speaking shit today, for real.
I'm Combat
You've been
man.
on fire, dog. What's in your system, dog? What's going? You've been on
fire today, Combat. I'm just chilling, man. I'm learning the game, man.
Are you on the rooftop? Or are you at home? You on the rooftop?
I'm at the crib. I'm at the crib. I gotta go to work tomorrow, man. I'm at the crib. I'm just laying low, watching football. Laying low.
I'm just trying to find out. You breathing that different type of air at the top, or
man,
you on regular elevation?
I'm just chilling, man. I've been blessed to be around, influential brothers like yourself, my brother, and others, and y'all been schooling me to the game. So I'm trying to cut the rough and rugged shit off. Just be more politically correct,
Hey man, I hear you. I just hope AB.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it. I just hope AB can live up to the words that you putting out there on him. I mean, I hope he can give us something quite different than what we've seen when he went in there against Santiago. Like
in the last 5 fights. No, in the last 5 fights. In his last 5 fights. He hasn't been good in 5 fights. Let's just be honest.
You know what it is too, man. Since we talking about AB, I just think AB's lifestyle outside the ring caught up to him, man.
Oh, I definitely agree with that.
That's what it is, man. And people don't think about that. See, you still see Floyd Mayweather at damn near 50-something years old doing exhibitions and looking good. That's because the lifestyle that he kept outside the ring. You seen Bernard Hopkins competing as a professional at 50-something because of the lifestyle they lived outside the ring. You seen George Foreman doing that, man. As a fighter, man, your body is your temple, man. You gotta fuel that, man. You can't do the things outside the ring because it's gonna catch up to you.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. I'm all about the positivity, especially heading into the next year and Black History Month coming. I'm all about the positivity, bro. But damn, I just keep thinking of the last 5 years, bro. And Adrien only fighting 3 times. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, listen, but yo, not for nothing, not to throw another name out there. It seems like our boy is on that same type of time too. If he's
Who?
coming back in June, like he said yesterday to Brian Custer, that's half the year. So how many times are you expecting to fight?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we just seen you fight last April. So now are you Bruce Willis hostage? You holding the belts hostage?
Who you talking about?
He's talking about Arrow, the little fish.
Are you holding the belt hostage? I was I was talking to my man Bozy Ennis, right? Boots is in line, man. Y'all keep wanting to throw Boots' name with Crawford. No, Boots is in line for the IBF, man. Crawford,
Hey, but look,
last time I checked, Crawford doesn't have the IBF.
but hold on, though. Wait a minute. Stop the pressing. Hold on. Virgil is going that WBA route. Am I right?
Yeah. Listen,
So that means after he disposes of Karen, whoever the hell that guy is, if he don't dispose of him rather quickly, right? He should be number one in the WBO, correct?
WBA, yeah.
In the WBO, he should be number one.
No, that's the WBA fight.
Since Virgil left, right?
No, him and Stanionis is fighting for the WBA.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Virgil left the sanctioning body. He's going for the WBA strap. Now, if he beats Stanionis, he can no longer be ranked in any sanctioning body because he has.
Yeah.
I got a phone call, man.
All right.
But yo, getting back to what Mr. Moore was saying, right? You see how, not for nothing, yo, the WBA, Stanionis is going after the WBA. We already know Boots is in line for the IBF, but all the talk always be about Crawford. But it seems like all these guys is going after the big fish, aka Bruce Willis, the hostage. Like, bro, relinquish the belts, man. Move on, man.
Yeah, because I'm hearing, Errol Spence talk about weight all of a sudden. The weight. The weight is the issue. If the weight is the issue, come off the belts, man. Just come off the belts. Just stop playing around. Allow these other young lions that's waiting there with the open cages, man. Allow them to pick up the straps, man. That's all. No, because believe it or not, Boots Ennis is not going to be a welterweight for long. He gonna pick up a strap and leave. He's gonna pick up and leave. Virgil Ortiz, he ain't gonna be 47 for long. All these dudes gonna be at 54, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Or then you get hurt in car accidents. Talking about like how hurt are you, brother?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. He was moving through that. Where was he at with Frank?
He was Speedy Gonzalez. Me. Yeah, he was Speedy Gonzalez.
He didn't have a limp. That dude was goddamn out of there, man. He was moving.
Yeah, he was he was moving through the hotel, man.
Hey, what did you hear his people say? His people say we ain't never seen him walk this fast.
This fast. He was Speedy Gonzalez, man. He was the road runner. Me. Yeah, he was the road runner.
Shout out to the Road Runner. It's one of my favorite motherfucking cartoons. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, he was the road runner. Listen, and for those of y'all that ever been to the cosmetology, it's small, but it's not that small. Man, he skipped through that joint like it was the 4x100 pen relays, man. He looked like Carl Lewis, man. Shout out to Carl Lewis, man. Olympian gold medalist, man. That's how Earl Spence sprinted through there, man.
Yeah, man, we can only hope that something come up about it. Who do y'all think Terrence probably get the fight first? Freaking Errol Spence or freaking Jermell Charlo?
Spence, he fighting the big fish next. Y'all stop playing with the big fish, man. Y'all heard what he said last night, man. The Spence fight is going down now. I know what he told Ellie Segbeck. I don't know if Terrence Crawford gonna be my next opponent, but look,
Okay,
nobody.
As long as you know that's out there. As long as you know it's out there.
Hold
now.
on. Nobody saying anything definitive on it not being Bud Crawford. Now I know my guy Fanon, you know what I'm saying, he trying to put it out there that it could be Keith Thurman next because Spence had a fight announcement that was supposed to come out a few days before the accident or a few days after the accident, but he decided to postpone that. Then he says he's not going to be back to about April, May, or June. Ironically, Caleb said something around the same thing where he's coming back. Because I saw Reggie. Shout out to Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens. His kids, I guess he was at the fight last night. He got a shot with his kids with Caleb Plant, and he asked Caleb, when you fight next. Caleb said pretty much the same thing, April, May, or June. But yeah, man, this is what we thought. Like Bilal said last night, it's what we thought all along, man. The fight goes down. It happens next in April, May. I wasn't thinking June, but I was thinking April or May. And PBC this whole time since right after he fought Ugas, they put on YouTube that the Ugas fight will premiere April next year. And we all know the fighters' most recent fights come out on YouTube about the week of their fight. Or, you know what I'm saying? So we that's the date. That's the way we was going off when the fight was going to happen. And again,
they come out on YouTube or they drop it to Mike Coppinger or Idick or one.
No,
because they on
it
Twitter.
Comes out on YouTube.
They ain't on YouTube.
The fights, the Ugas fight is going to premiere on YouTube. The full fight is going to premiere.
Okay.
The week of the fighters' upcoming fights. That's how they do it. That's how pretty much every channel, Matchroom, Top Rank, the fighters' most recent fight that they had, they'll premiere it on YouTube to get everybody's attention that the fighters got a fight coming up, et cetera, et cetera. So again, it makes perfect sense. The black folks that had their tax money, that's the demographic they're appealing to. It makes perfect sense to have a fight around that time. Everybody will buy the fight, yada yada yada. And again,
so how do you feel about? I don't mean to cut y'all blunts, but how do you feel about? You're talking about the fight gonna happen, but is it really gonna happen if Terrence did 5K? If Terrence did 5K?
Of course, man.
You can't believe that garbage coming out of Bangladesh, bro.
He said his boy. He said his boy Fanon. So I want him to stand on
that
shit.
That.
Fanon said
Fanon
5K.
got that.
It's a
rumor. Got that from a dude that has a blog in Bangladesh, and the other dude that said that is a college student and he has a blog in India.
But
these
he's
dudes
putting it out there, though.
When's the last time we put a fight on in Bangladesh or in India? When's the last time?
He's putting it out there, Sheldon, like the shit is real life.
Him.
I just want to ask Blunts about it.
Out of himself, that's him. You got to do your own research.
Why your boy putting out information like that?
Because he's an idiot.
I'm asking Blunts. He the one brought him up.
Co-signing
his information.
I'm co-signing. What I say? What I say? He said. Co-signing his information.
Man.
Look, that shit right there.
Hey man, you brought him up like he was telling some shit. He was telling some good
shit.
When's
the last time we put on a fight in Bangladesh?
I'll wait. I'm talking about what he said. Because he dropped a video talking about it's gonna be Keith Thurman. It's just hints at Keith Thurman because this is what they like to do. They like to put shit together and try to give it a reason because this happened. Like I ain't hearing none of that shit. All this could be fluff. All this, I had an announcement that was supposed to come out before the action. Man, that shit is fluff. They just buying people time, keeping people engaged, keeping people's minds racing on what's possibly finna come. And listen, I ain't hearing none of that. If Terrence said he agreed to everything, the only problem was the time of the fight, I think the fight is done. The fight is done. I just posted a clip last night from Gene Pascal's Instagram where he was with Terrence Crawford and Regis Prograis, and Regis Prograis was addressing somebody by the name of Brandon, and he said, Brandon, you said Spence gonna whoop me, I'll beat his ass and I'll whoop your ass. And so with that being said, Terrence Crawford's energy has not changed. He want that smoke. I feel like the fight is done. It's gonna happen April, and we've been saying, me and Bilal's been saying it since April. It's gonna happen April or May, maybe even June. You know what I'm saying?
Now let me get back. But what I was saying before, I got the phone call. Now my only issue is this, right? Virgil Ortiz is fighting for the WBA regular strap in March, correct? That
Let's
fight
just say
scheduled
you're
for
right.
March.
Go ahead.
Yep.
That's the fight scheduled for March. That means after Mr. Ennis dispatches of Karen, whoever that is, rather quickly, he probably will be the number one contender in the WBO, more than likely. Right? Now, you've been saying that you will fight Crawford in this living room. I've heard you say that. So all you got to do, sir, is raise your hand and put that fucking paperwork in, because we all know Crawford has a mandatory that he must satisfy in May. So if that's what you really want, put the paperwork in.
Yo, let me ask y'all this too, right? I'm listening. Great conversations tonight with the boxing. And hey, what do I know? Why would a man, right, in Team Crawford and Bud Crawford allegedly just got $10 million with a network, BLK Prime, right? They gave him $10 million. That's good business. I think he's building something with them. I know once it alluded to the fact that the fight with Spence is next, maybe, but they didn't even want to. Tim Smith is on record with saying they don't have the money for the fight with him and Spence, but yeah, he got 10 M's to fight David. I think Terrence got something good going on there with BLK Prime, man. What y'all think about that?
I would like to say, you know what I'm saying, I can neither confirm or deny the 10 million allegations. I know what the first thing I heard was 8 figures, and I feel like people just came up with 10 because 9 million is not 8 figures. So people just instantly said 10 figures. When they said 8 figures, it could have been 15, it could have been 20. People just started with the lowest amount, which was 10, because that's 8 figures. Again, from what I heard from Fight Hub, 5 million. What I heard from Keith Idec, 5 million. 2.5 in escrow, so he knows there's real money there. People saying you can't get paid before you actually have the boxing match. He knew that money, half that money was in escrow. He knew 2.5
Everybody
was
gets
there.
paid before the boxing match. What are they talking about?
Look, what they was talking about on Dude Channel was you can't. It's you not supposed. They're not supposed to pay you for the fight, before the fight, et cetera, et cetera. But you're not getting paid
They
before the
pay
fight if
you
you
2
know
weeks out, and then they pay you
if
the night. It's the night
they
you
not.
show up at the arena. That's how they pay.
I feel you, but what I'm saying is the money was in escrow. Regardless, like blood boxing, like what blood boxing said, we're not counting these. I don't give a fuck who money got what, how much money it was, 10 million, 20 million, 15 million. I don't give a fuck about none of that. The money's the money. He got what he got. It is what it is. All I'm saying is, wherever the fight happens, if he got something good with BLK, whatever it is, undisputed is undisputed. If they fighting for undisputed, he gonna go get that undisputed. And again, if he agreed to everything, if Errol said we gave you everything you asked for, and he said that's true, but the problem was the fight didn't happen when I wanted it to. All right, well, we know he got everything he wanted, so the fight's going down. And again, I revert back to the video I posted last night. He still wants smoke. I think it's going down, man.
But let me ask you this: is yesterday price today's price?
Nope.
Yeah,
Hey, absolutely
and
not.
was on record for saying that.
Nope. That is
absolutely
true.
not. So hey, look, maybe they going. Hey,
So they're gonna have to renegotiate, man.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, maybe
Yo,
so. Maybe so.
I'm glad you just brought that up, WCS. So just say you're part of Crawford's team as an advisor, right? And you just got a whatever you got with BLK Prime. Are you gonna take a low ball effort for the so-called biggest fight of boxing from them after you just got what you got from BLK Prime?
How does that sound to you?
Again,
No,
I can't.
listen, no. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not. I don't want to answer it. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Well, look. Again, there was from what we heard from YSM, because he got people that mess with Showtime, and he talked to Steven and all that, Bozy and all that. He over there heavy. He said what he said was the way he heard it went was they tried to start off low with Terrence. Terrence started high, which sounds like how negotiations work, and they got down to 10, and 10 was the best they could do for the Spence fight for him as far as guaranteed money concerned. And if that's the case, and BLK could match that, I understand why you know, he went with the BLK option to go ahead and get 10 that way. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense. It's easier, less risk, whatever. And so I think the money, like if it's 10 over there at BLK, it could be 10 over there at Showtime too. You know what I'm saying? And it could be even more, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Yo, Blunt,
So
it gotta
do
be
you guys
more.
think? So do you guys
It gotta be
think
more.
they're going to
And
negotiations
I think it will
right
be.
after the holidays?
I think it will be more. I think look, I said it a few weeks ago. I think these gentlemen, they going to enjoy their holiday. I said there's no reason why on New Year's Eve, the evening of New Year's Eve, they can't send each other a text when the ball drop and the New Year saying, let's make this thing happen. Let's do what we got to do. Come to an agreement, finalize everything, whether they got to renegotiate or whatever. I think it's plenty of time, an ample amount of time for them to get it squared away. And Spence said it last night on TV. He said we can go back to the table, get it right. I mean, you know, Bud ain't been saying anything different. Again, nobody saying no, nobody saying yes. Everybody saying I don't know, and it might happen. I take that as we can't. Again, you can't announce a pregnancy until you make it out of the first trimester. This fight is everybody's baby. This fight is what everybody wants. It's just like a child. Everybody is hoping that this baby makes it through the first trimester so we can get what we want and see this baby that we love so dearly. You know what I'm saying? And again, they just getting through this to make it to that point in time where it's safe to go ahead and put it on the line and say, listen, this fight is happening. It's going down. Boom. And then everybody's going to lose their fucking marbles. You can't announce that the fight is going to happen right now. And if it's going down in May or June, what people going to do till then? What the internet going to do till then? The drama might cease. You know what I'm saying? People might relax. People might get friendly. Nah, you need that tension still thick. You know, you need it to be spicy online so I get it, man. I get it.
I just think Spence ain't trying to spin the block no more, man. Because it might be
He
another.
said it last night.
It might be another 14-year-old out there stealing his parents' car and hit him. So,
hey, and about that, I think that could have very well been staged. I think that very well could have been some stage. I don't know. They could have put a car. They could have put a car. It could have been in the back of a repo lot or something like that, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's just telling you the type of energy that's around this shit.
You gotta build a storyline. You gotta keep this. You gotta give reasons to why things are happening like this. You can't just have people not in the know, sitting around pondering and thinking all things.
Yo, Blunts, it's been 5 years. We're still building it.
Hey, look, because the time is getting ready to happen. It's getting ready to happen. You getting to the end now. We reaching the end.
I don't think no car wreck was staged, bro. I ain't gonna go that far. Now. That's a little far for me.
Man, it ain't nothing for you to.
Oh, you talking about the last one? You talking about the last one? Yeah, it was staged.
I'm talking about the last one. It ain't nothing for you to stand beside.
Okay.
It ain't nothing for you. Hey, look, it ain't nothing for you to stand behind a fucked up car and say, damn.
5 years. Listen, 5 years of build up, and you got the Fanons, you got the BFTVs, you got the Blue Bloods, you got all these so-called big channels that talk about this fight every single day. It's no more build up.
It's done. It's done.
Yeah,
they just buying time. They just buying time. That's all it is. That's all it is, man. You can't announce it right now. Now's not the time to announce it if it is happening. People gonna lose their marbles, man. People are gonna go crazy.
Why not? Why not announce it? We already been talking about it forever and a day like it's been announced.
I can't believe that people will be that fucking callous and to me just stupid. Why would you stage? What do you get out of that? What do you get out of staging the car? What do you get?
Talk about a Shelton. Talk about a Shelton.
Look.
Man, you don't need that kind of attention. Come on, man. Hey, I'm not gonna discount anybody's ideas or their thoughts or their opinions. I'm just saying, for me, that's just a little bit far.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you got. Hey, I would take everything into consideration. I wouldn't put nothing past nobody, especially when millions and millions and millions of dollars is on the line. They could have.
That's a hell of a stretch, though.
I don't think it was staged either, because bro said he was hurt. He said injuries.
Stop it.
Listen. He said injuries kicked in again.
Look, we got people out here that can't even locate a report, dog. They can't even locate a report on the accident.
That's a fact. He turned into Ezel, though. He said, my neck and my back. He was hurt again. His leg, everything. So it's like, damn, how hurt are you, brother?
Well, I think that's why
we're trying to say, Sheldon. We're trying to say
that his mandatory is coming up, and that's what he's looking forward to. He's waiting to see who's going to step up. He's waiting to see who it is. That's what he said. I'm just waiting to see what mandatory is in May.
Come on.
But did you understand that, Sheldon? Like the reason why it would be staged because it buys him it buys him more time not to
another
Yes.
6
make
months.
that fight with
Yes.
Another
Crawford.
6 months.
Yes.
Why does it buy
Yes.
him more time? He's going to be allowed. Look, let's look at his history. Let's look at the history. Errol Spence is going to be allowed to take as much time as he wants to take. He doesn't need a car accident to give him more time. He took 4.5 years already.
No, but you got a solid.
Other easy fights on that side of the street, dog. He can take as much time as he wants. They're not going to strip him.
Look,
they not.
Just Do
So
Boxing.
he can take as much time as he wants. He don't need that.
Just Do Boxing was just on a platform, and he said something to the fact I guess he was out and actually saw Fundora and said and was told by Fundora that Fundora will be on the undercard of Spence and Thurman in February. If he gets into this accident again, like they just said, it buys him more time. Now he don't gotta be there in February. And again, what he said last night, I expect to come back in April, May, June. Got some injuries that kind of set me back a little bit. So, again, it buys him more time. And we don't know if
EJ don't want to fight right now, man. EJ just want to enjoy his life. He accumulated a lot of money. He just wants to chill, man. He's been an Al Heyman mule for how
look,
how
and I've been
long?
saying, I said last night that I've been watching Keith these past few weeks, probably about a month now, and posting his training videos online. He looked like he getting ready for something. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he's about to fight in February. It don't look like he
don't want to fight. Spence wants to chill, man. Spence wants to eat chocolate covered strawberries and spread across breads and kiss Yellow Beezy and do what he's doing, man. He wants to just enjoy his money and live his life, man.
Hey, man, look, man. Look. I think that he's being pushed into this by Big Daddy Al. I think he's going to have to wind up fighting Thurman because that's the fight that Al has been wanting for years. So I think he's going to have to do that. And my thoughts are we're going to get this fight anywhere around August and September next year. That's what I think if we get it at all. August, September, October next year, something like that.
Yeah.
Because Crawford going to fight is mandatory in May. If he's not Spence, he has to fight as mandatory. That's a fact that Crawford can't get out of. That's why I was saying, for Ennis, if that's what you really want, after you dispatch this Karen dude, put your paperwork in. Petition for the mandate.
Shelton, you hit a great point. They've been doing that. Bozy been putting in the paperwork.
Then that would probably be the fight we get in May. There's no way for Crawford to get out of this Mando spot unless he dropped the belt.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Absolutely it is, Sheldon. The mandatory has to activate his mandatory position.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
If they don't activate nothing, it's just gonna come and go. I mean, he ain't doing shit. I mean, they have to activate
it. I mean, you said you'll fight the man in his living room, so activate it. What's wrong with you? I'm going off what you said, not what I'm making up. You said that, and that's what you said. So since you want to fight that man so bad, activate your mandatory. There's nothing standing in your way. Nothing. Except for Karen. Whoever that is.
They're going to have to do something.
I'm going to tell you, from what I'm hearing, I think after Boots takes care of business on January 7th,
yes,
he's coming full-fledged hard for Earl Spence, man.
Well, he ain't going to be able to get Earl Spence.
Listen, hold on. I know the narrative has been out there that everybody wants him to fight Bud Crawford, but they going the IBF route, man.
You're not getting that fight because the WBC already told you.
Earl Spence is going to have to get off this shitter or take his shit.
Well, here's the thing. You got to understand the WBC already came out on multiple occasions and told you our Mando is next. Our Mando is next.
Well, you know the
mandatory
IBF,
is keep Thurman.
You know the IBF is one of the most honorable. When we talk about real things about boxing, IBF has a retirement
Right.
system. They one of the most honorable when it comes to sanctioning bodies. They
And I
don't
agree
be
with that.
surprised
And they
if
also
they
came
apply
out
the
and said
pressure.
that Suleiman was right and the WBC is
You know
next.
why? You know why they
They
probably
said
said
that.
Suleiman was right. Suleiman probably throwing 500,000 underneath the table.
And that's my whole point. You're not getting the IBF shot. After you
Yeah,
get
man.
rid of Karen, you got 4 months until May or June to fight this guy. You said you want to fight this guy. This guy's available. Fight him. That's all I'm saying.
You know when it comes to these mandatories, man. You know the hocus pocus, man. It all comes into play,
Yo,
man.
and
Look at Stanthionis. Look at Stanthionis. Everybody's talking about Stanthionis.
Earl Spencer's last IBF mandatory opponent was Ocampos. How many years ago was that?
4.
Okay. So he might be due up for an IBF mandatory.
Well, the WBC said they're next, and they mandatories Keith Thurman. That's what they said. And the IBF agreed with them.
So it looks like these sanctioning bodies is going to be set tripping. WBC, IBF, WBA, it's all in play. WBA got Stanionis and Virgil Ortiz fighting for a title eliminator.
Right. They fighting for a title. Not eliminator. They fighting for a title. They fighting for the regular strap.
Wow. So
they're not fighting the eliminator. They fighting for that strap. Stanionis has the strap.
So see, it's going down already. The writing is on the wall.
You know what I'm saying? So that's my whole point. My whole point of saying this is this. Terrence Crawford just said in an interview a couple of weeks back, I hear what y'all saying, and I see what y'all be printing. But ain't nobody jumping up and down to fight Terrence Crawford. And I'm starting to see that he's telling the truth. Because Virgil was the number one Mando. He fought a mandatory title eliminator to be number one for Crawford. And what did he do? And what did he do? He left the whole sanctioning body with another round. Am I right?
It's a fact.
Ain't nobody jumping up and down to fight this dude. Now, Boots been running around here putting out videos saying he want to fight the dude. Well, if that's what you want, the man is right there waiting for you. Fight the dude. That's all I'm saying, bro. Fight the dude.
Yo, listen. Listen, Mr. Mr. Shelton. Mr. Shelton, you might be on to something. That might be the next big buster. I said big buster BLK Prime fight, man. Because from what I'm hearing is Bud Crawford is feeling the energy with BLK Prime. And I seen a report out there that Boots Ennis is willing to go to Omaha, Nebraska and fight Terrence Crawford in Omaha, Nebraska. So maybe that might be on the horizon.
That's what I'm saying. Don't talk about it, Boots. Be about it. Put the paperwork in. You come to Mando, fight.
That'll be crazy.
It will be a good fight, but again, what is WCS just alluded to the other day that Al Heyman could possibly have a hand in BLK because of all the Showtime motherfuckers that was over there working the event and all that shit. And Bud already on record. Saying he would fight Boots. He gave Boots his credit. He said fuck Boots' resume. He deserved to be in there with the elite. If the fight's presented to him and it makes sense, he'd be open to fight Boots. So I mean, I don't doubt that fight will happen. It would be a good fight. You know what I'm saying? And yeah.
I just seen a lot of boxing people working that event. This not Showtime. Shout out to my girl Julie Gold. If you know who Julie Gold is, publicist for a lot of these fighters. I seen her on deck out there, and she was just on deck with Kenny Boffman Sims. So I just seen a lot of boxing people out there working that BLK Prime event. This not because if we really want to talk about it, right? And hey, what do I know? Allegedly, I gotta say allegedly, a lot of Al Heyman's peoples, right? BBC peoples, you know who they are. Shout out to Uncle Don Megatron. They Don King's peoples, man. Do your research on that.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. You say a lot of whose people are Don King's people?
BBC.
And you saw Christian Martin there, right? No. Hold up. You saw Christian Martin there, right? Who was she signed to?
Don King.
Don Megatron.
So that's what I'm saying, man. Al Heyman has his hand in BOK Prime, bro. Christy Martin promoted there along with Desmond, and you got Paulie Malignaggi, Antonio Tarver. You got the dude who called the fights, announced the fights on the prelims of Showtime. You had Zab Judah on that motherfucker. Man, all the writing on the wall, man.
Of course. Yo, the writing has been on the wall. Hedge fund. Hedge. OPP. I cannot explain it. Other people's payment. Other people's money, man.
Yeah, I mean,
other people's money.
What Combat said about there's no way. I mean, there's no reason why Al can't start something else up on the side, especially with whatever was going on with all the deals and Showtime and Paramount and all that other shit. So, I mean, it very well could be a possibility, but again, man, I don't put too much thought in that shit. I think, like I said, I think the fight is done. They just saying what they got to say about themselves the time before the announcement officially drops. And I mean, why wouldn't Keith want to tune up before he fights somebody like Errol Spence? I mean, why would he just take a year off and then jump in the ring with the unified champion of the division?
Because Keith want to get paid, man.
Don't they all do that? Don't they all take a year off?
I don't think he want to be. I don't think he want to end up in the hospital though. I mean, he got kids, he got a wife. You know what I'm saying? I think your health.
Who?
Don't they all take a year off?
Yo, check this out, Blunt. The Earl put Mikey Garcia in the hospital.
Man, the Earl put Ugas in the hospital. I'm not talking about
Hold on. Did he put Sean Porter?
Let's talk about Sean Porter in the hospital. Let's talk about the most recent fights. I don't want to talk about what happened years ago. I want to talk about what just happened.
Yo, listen, they told Ugas to stop. They told Ugas to stop fighting.
Man, we can say all we want to say till we blew in the face. We don't know that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. What I'm saying is, we talking about what recently happened.
Yo, my good brother, I know you don't want to hear it, but yo, Lawrence Cole's voice. Stop.
How we know that? How we know that's what was told?
How we know that? What did the referee tell him? Who stopped? Who stopped that fight? Did Earl Spence stop that fight, or did the referee? Did the referee or did the doctor stop that fight?
Ugas stopped fighting because his ribs got broken. I don't know how it feels to move
Ugas
around
was
with
still fighting
ribs.
when Lawrence Cole kept calling the doctor to the ringside after the first one. He ended up calling them back. Come on, will it work?
You better look at that Showtime audio. Yo, Ugas rocked him. Earl Spence mom said, "Oh, yo, come on, man."
Man, that mouthpiece fell out. He got touched up. He was like, "Oh, damn, you wasn't gonna stop." All right, bet. He stepped right back to him. Right after he got off that rope, stepped right back to him in his face. He didn't circle around. He didn't try to use the ring. He didn't run away. He got right back to him and started putting the paws.
Do you guys actually think that Errol Spence is that much better than Keith Thurman?
No.
What?
I don't.
He is gonna man.
Real talk.
Blunts. You have to understand why. Hey, Blunts.
Keith Thurman. Why do you think that, bro?
Why do you think that? Because look,
Keith Thurman was a former unified champion before Errol Spence.
Yeah. That's all fine and dandy. That shit is over with.
And most of the people that Errol Spence beat, Keith Thurman beat him first.
Wow. All Keith Thurman was doing. Listen,
come on, we keep talking about the past, man. We're not talking about what's going on right now. We are talking about what happened in the past. I'm
talking about what's going on now. All Keith Thurman was doing was building up to this right now. Keith Thurman wanted the Mega Millions. Remember, he always said, "Yo." He told Floyd Mayweather back in the day, and I was in Vegas for this. He said, "Yo, give me $10 million. I want $10 million to fight Earl Spence." That's all he was doing, was building it up to cash out. And now that fight is the big cash out for them both.
Man, it's a whole goddamn recession right now. He gonna need way more than $10 million to compete with today's. It's a different time than it was. It's a different time now than it was then. What I'm saying is,
them PBC fighters ain't getting $10 million.
Let me get my shit off, shot. And we don't know what they getting, especially off the back end, because Tank said
Man,
hold on, shot.
Ain't no back end. Ain't no back end.
Hold on, shot. Tank just said he just showed the message that the zone offered him 10 million, and he said they tried to offer me 10 million for shit I get plus more to fight Ryan. He said I get more than that to fight Ryan. Why would I take 10 million? So I'm not hearing that. I don't know what them dudes getting. All them dudes living nice. Caleb, Deontay, all them dudes living nice. They look like they're getting way more than what people say they're getting. If dudes is broke, they definitely showing out the contrary. But again,
dudes ain't broke. Caleb ain't broke.
Definitely not.
Ain't no back end going in. Adrien Broner would take that $40 million deal from Jay-Z right now.
All right, look. When it comes down to Spence and Keith Thurman got touched up by that little ass southpaw Manny Pacquiao. Keith Thurman did not look good against Barrios. Keith Thurman is getting ready to go against another southpaw. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna get some real treatment. All that moving around and all that shit is gonna be cool. He been out for a year. We gonna see. If it does happen.
Hey, check this, fellas. Hey, Blunts, I just got a question. Like, we already know that Keith Thurman was unified previously. Who has the better resume, Keith Thurman or Errol Spence?
They got the same resume. They got the exact same resume.
Who has the better resume, Keith Thurman or Errol Spence?
Neither.
I'm
they
asking
have the
Blunts,
exact same
man.
resume.
They don't have the exact same resume. What are you talking about, Sheldon? What are you talking about? They don't have the exact same resume.
They all fought Danny. They all fought Sean. They all fought Guerrero.
We gotta go deeper than that, bro.
I'm gonna say this. If we go off if we go off of PBC in-house politics, it's Keith Thurman. Earl Spence doesn't have a Manny Pacquiao on his resume. Whether Keith Thurman lost, listen, hold on, let me finish. Whether Keith Thurman lost
and Josecito Lopez, what's the difference between Collazo and Josecito Lopez? And Ocampo and Chris Algieri? What's the difference in them fighters?
Man,
whether Keith Thurman lost or won to Manny Pacquiao. Keith Thurman has Manny Pacquiao on his resume, and he has pretty much every other fighter that he beats that Earl Spence has on his. That's all I'm gonna say. And I rest my case. Johnny Cochran voice. If the glove don't fit, we must have quit.
How many people, how many champions, how many fighters, big name fighters, so to speak, was undefeated when they stepped in the ring with freaking Errol? Come on, man. Keith Thurman fought that dude. Did he have a belt? He had a belt. He won't stop him, bro. Come on. How do you say that? I guarantee he has one loss, Blunts. You're not making sense. He has one loss, Blunts. You're not making sense.
What you mean I'm not making sense, OG? He gonna stop him.
He didn't even stop freaking Udina's.
Here we go.
Bro.
We're going backwards.
Yeah, here we go. Because look, every time Terrence Crawford debate come up, they go all the way 8 years back and talk about Gamboa.
I can't speak for them niggas, but look, for me, I'm keeping on right now. Thurman cannot fuck with Errol Spence. He gonna get his body touched up. How do you think
Errol Spence, who just admitted to the people on Brian Custer podcast that it ain't been man down in a minute when he was at the press conference? It ain't been man down for a minute. So he gonna break down.
Not only did he say that, he said he was on borrowed time.
Y'all saying that like it can't be man down when he fight the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saying that like
Thurman. Who has stopped Thurman though, brother?
God damn! Listen, who's to say Thurman can't be stopped? Just because he hasn't been already.
Champion. You totally jettisoned the fact that Thurman was a unified champion and Errol Spence was chasing this dude down, trying to get a call out, and Thurman didn't acknowledge him, and now he mad. Thurman was the man before Errol Spence. Thurman was, dog.
Errol Spence gives it up like that prom girl that couldn't get the date to go to the prom with the senior.
Come on, man. Look, man. Listen. I could say Earl gonna stop Thurman because listen, I ain't gonna lie, y'all got a little bias in y'all, just like, you know what I'm saying? And that's,
I don't got no bias in me when it comes to Earl Spence. I just call the truth the truth. And that's his name, the truth.
The truth. We should have knew. We should have knew. We was going for Michel to beat. And they was going for Michel to beat Frank Martin last night. But Frank Martin did what he did, right? We knew
Earl Spence who his real trainer is. Ask Earl Spence who his real trainer is. Ask him who his real trainer is.
His real trainer right now is gonna be Derrick James. We living in it now, niggas. We living in it now. We living in it now. We living in it right now.
Never.
And the man that's gonna be standing in the corner giving him instructions during all his fights, whether it's with Bud or
Thurman, he is real trainer though. He said real trainer.
Man,
real trainer, bro. Trainer, not the one standing in the corner. Who the man is putting in most of the time behind the scene? Who is it?
Come on, man.
It ain't DJ.
And yo, Blunt, Blunt, you on record. Yo, Blunt, you on record. Yo, Blunt, you on record. Listen, you on record. Ask Earl Spence who his real trainer is. I bet you he say his uncle. I bet you he say his uncle. He ain't gonna say Derrick James. He gonna say his uncle.
I give a damn about who he gonna say. I'll tell you this. He gonna stop Keith Thurman. Or he gonna make Keith Thurman quit. And what else he said? He said it's something about beating the shit out of a dude and making him quit on the stool. You know what I'm saying? It's something about beating the hell out of a dude and watching him give up.
He ain't make Ugas quit on the stool.
You live off every freaking lifeline that comes out his mouth that he sit up here and talk shit. I mean, come on, he ain't been able to own up to that shit lately, bro. He even said it himself.
We gon' see.
Nobody stopped.
Did he make Ugas quit on the stove?
Did he feel? Hey, the way he feel about Thurman, did he feel that way about any of the other dudes he fought? What he say about Keith Thurman? How did he feel about Keith Thurman? He coming with something different.
Free consoles.
He coming with something different.
Life coaches, assuming the way this man's mentality is.
Oh, now we talking about that man in the ring with Keith Thurman. He gonna make him feel something for all that shit all them years. He gonna put some. Look, he gonna put some extra.
Blunts, how can a boxer? I'm gonna be honest with you. Showtime for a second. Hold on for a second. Like Blunts, how can he all of a sudden hit another switch all because a boxer didn't acknowledge him? Like he did the same thing. Man, he talking about he was gonna take the easier route. He didn't goddamn accommodate Bud when he wanted to fight him right away. He was gonna do other things. So what's up with this grudge holding? Like, oh, he didn't acknowledge me, so now I'm gonna go in there with a whole nother renewed sense of dedication and tenaciousness because he didn't acknowledge me calling him out, bro. He didn't acknowledge me doing it. That's petty, bro. That's childish. Come on, man. You trying to tell me he got real beef now? Errol Spence has real beef with Keith Thurman.
I think he's just gonna show. I think he's gonna want to. I think he's. I wouldn't even call it beef. I just call it a little bit of disdain and animosity towards him, and he's gonna let it out on his ass. Whatever frustrations he got. You know what I'm saying? If it's towards anybody else, could be Bud, whatever. He gonna let it out on Keith Thurman. We just saw what Bud did to David in 6 rounds. I feel like Errol's going. If he does have to fight Keith Thurman, he's going to want to show the people, you know what I'm saying, a special ass whooping just because he said he never fight this clown. And then he going to want to he going to want to give a nice performance because he know what Bud just did. So he know he going to have to look damn good if it does happen. But again, I don't even think that's the next fight, fellas. I don't even think that fight happens, fellas. I think
But you was just on record earlier talking about it's gonna happen though. You said, yeah, I think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, you said Fanon and all these other dudes.
You said Fanon and all these other. You think the fight?
I never said I thought the next fight was gonna be Spence and Keith Thurman. I said Fanon think that based off of how he said he had an announcement coming up before the car crash. I think the next fight is Spence and Bud, April, May, or June. Keith Thurman getting ready to fight somebody. I think he's getting ready for something because he's losing weight. He does look.
Okay. Showtime. Go ahead, bro. What you were saying?
All right. I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. I think Earl Spence is in a dilemma right now, and I'm gonna tell you why. And EJ, you're gonna listen to this because you know me. You talked about me. You snazz my style. You know what it is, man. Your uncles is your real trainers. You heard what people on here talking about. You've been around me. You know what it is. Zaga, Yaga. You always said you would never fight Keith Thurman. Now you're being forced to fight Keith Thurman. But you don't want to fight Keith Thurman because you want to save face and seem like you're this big boss, the big fish. You always told Terrence Crawford to get a belt. Terrence Crawford got a belt. You never fought him. You got upset with me because you always told me, oh, move around. Oh, you're clout chasing. You're mad. You're this. So when you see me moving around, doing this, that, and the third, it was a problem because it wasn't Team Spence, so it don't make sense no more. Those is all my phrases. I coined those. Yes, I coined those. That's mine. So now you're in a dilemma. Who you gonna fight?
Bud
like I
Crawford.
Said. Oh, is he gonna fight Bud? When?
He gonna fight him. April,
When?
May, or June.
I hope so, man. I don't think so.
So April, May, or June, February. So you saying this fight is gonna be announced in February? Spence don't look like he's nowhere close to being 147 on weight. So he's gonna fight him. He gonna fight and then turn around and fight freaking Terrence Crawford in April, May.
I never said Spence don't look like he close to making 147. I don't know what that man weight is. I said he don't look like he getting ready for anything. That's what I said. And so with that being said, I think with how he looks, I definitely think he's well in range to get to 47 if he needs to within an ample amount of time. I don't know who his nutritionist is, who his trainers are, how they get his weight off, or none of that. You know what I'm saying? But speaking of what I know about eating food and doing cardio, my cardio consists of a Stairmaster. So I think within 6 to 7 weeks, I know me personally, I can knock off 30 to 40 pounds. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
You have to understand, all you doing is dropping weight. He has to go and spar and train.
Exactly.
He's boxing. See, when you talking about stepping on stage and getting ready physically, yeah, you can knock that weight off on a Stairmaster, but these guys have to go in there and spar and do 2 or 3 a days. All that shit, man. They got
that's what I said. That's what I'm saying. I don't know his regimen. I don't know how, you know what I'm saying, with his nutritionist, how they feed him based off of his training plan. I don't know his meal plan based off of all his expenditure. I don't know what his intake got to be for his expenditure. You know what I'm saying? For him to get to where he need to get to. All I'm saying is he don't look like he's blown up to a point where he's nowhere or not capable of making 47 in a reasonable amount of time. I mean,
I think he's gonna make it there, Blunts, because he's not signed on for VADA. I think he's gonna make it because he ain't signed up for VADA.
I want to say this too, right? And feel free to use this content. I feel Earl Spencer want to fight his stablemate Jamel Charlo before he fights Terrence Crawford.
I don't. He just said on TV last night what he was trying to do. He just said on live TV, national television last night, pay-per-view TV, he wants to go back to the table and make this fight happen. This the fight he want. He said it last night. I got the recording too. I made sure I recorded it, I believe. But I didn't. I didn't record the part with Brian Custer because we was on the panel and stuff. But he said it last night. He already said it last night. His mind is focused on Terrence Crawford. He wants to fight Terrence Crawford. He spoke about Terrence Crawford. He expressed his feelings last night towards Terrence Crawford and the decision he made to Brian Custer. He made it clear about when he expected to come back. It's ample amount of time for Crawford to have. It's at least 6 months for Crawford, especially if it's June, from December to June. Crawford's last fight to June. That's plenty of time. That's normal. That's understandable. And for him, if it's June, he's gonna have been out the ring a little bit longer because his last fight was in April, so he'll been out the ring for over a year. But that's not nothing new for him because he came back and did what after 17 months? To who? All right. So again,
so who was that? You talking about Danny Garcia, the man who received the orders? Okay, I got it.
Yo, listen, I feel you, Blunt.
I'm just talking about a fighter.
EJ loves the easy route. It's on record. He been beating Charlo up since they run an Arnold boxing gym. You know, they sparred together. He's comfortable fighting a man that he knows he can handle. He doesn't know what is in till for him when he gets in that ring with Omaha, Nebraska.
Hey, look, and it takes two to tango. We speaking about Mel. It takes two to tango. Spence could say he want to fight Charlo. If Mel don't want to fight, he gonna do what he got to do to not fight Errol Spence. You see, listen, hold on. Let me kick this last one off real quick, because it's all they was already standing side by side and asked that question. Errol said yeah, Charlo said no, and then you just had Charlo as of a week or so ago on the Last Stand podcast again with Brian Custer saying that Errol Spence makes 147 comfortably. He makes his way comfortably. His brother's making his fine. Ain't none of them plan on moving. He don't want to step on his brother's toes, but I do feel like they all gonna take one step up. It's definitely gonna happen. But again, if Charlo don't want to tango, whether Spence want to tango or not, it won't happen if Charlo don't want to do it. So
I'm glad you brought that up. Right now, watch how I just refresh some stuff. Right. I remember when EJ was talking some smack about him, and when EJ was talking about how he, beat him up, knocked him out, type shit in sparring. That's neither here nor there, right? Why wouldn't you want to? And EJ's on record for known for taking the easy route. If I know, it's just like with me in the hood or me anywhere else. If I know I'm dropping 20 points, 10 assists on you every single day, why wouldn't I want to play against you? If I know I could get off on you. So EJ knows he can get off. EJ knows he can get off on Charlo at will.
But if and I don't mean to cut you off, my brother, but if that's your man's, if you know that,
they not
why
man.
would you let your
they not man.
Hold on. Why in the fuck would I let my man's just do me slight greasy for real? Like, if I know he got the up on me, let's keep that in the gym, my baby, because I'm out to the people. I'm the undisputed, the big dog. You're not finna come out here and flush me and then, you know what I'm saying, have people, you know what I mean? You my mans, we're gonna keep that in the gym. You feel me? Let's find these other avenues to make the biggest bags we can make. And if it absolutely comes down to that, then it comes down to that. But if we boys, hell nah.
No.
So
hold
again,
on. Now we jumping right back into that stigma of black fighters being friends with each other. When they make it to the top, they don't want to fight each other. So you talking about Errol Spence and
y'all let Shakur and
being
Keyshawn
boys? No, hold up, bro. They're not even on the same level as we talking about with Errol Spence and Jamel. Okay, it ain't no Keyshawn and Shakur Stevenson. Keyshawn ain't nowhere close to stepping in the ring with Shakur just because they said it.
Them boys,
but I gotta get this point off, Blunts. I gotta get this point off, right? So when it come down to Jamel Charlo, Errol Spence Jr., Jamel Charlo is on record once again saying Brian Custer saying that if Errol Spence will move up and fight, I'll vacate the titles, and he really want them. He can get them. He's not going to just fight him for the freaking titles. And now all of a sudden, you saying that Jamel Charlo is going to stay at 154 and all this other stuff that Errol Spence shouldn't fight him. No, they shouldn't fight each other.
Nah, that's not what I said.
Blunts,
hold on, that's not what I said, OG.
Bro, I've been patient, man. Come on, let me get it off, bro. So
all right, but you said that's what I said. That's
bro,
not what I said.
Look, bookmark it, bro. It's not that serious. Bookmark it, and you'll get back to it. You'll get back. It's not a debate, really. So
clarify. Go ahead, OG. Go ahead.
When you come talking about Jamel Charlo, right? You keep talking about Jamel Charlo, who's been switching up back and forth. He say that if Errol Spence really want the titles, he'll vacate them and all this. But then, we've heard Errol Spence make it perfectly clear that he don't have a problem fighting Jamel Charlo. Who's ultimately in charge of making that fight happen? Al Heyman. Al Heyman can make that fight happen. If he see the freaking monetary value in it, he's going to talk to both fighters and see if he can make that fight. It's an in-house fight. They ain't off limits. They can fight each other. Al Heyman will make that shit happen just like he's making some shit happen with Errol Spence and Keith Thurman. He can make some shit go round. No doubt about it. It's not
if they both want to. Right. If they both want to.
Listen. You can say if they both want to all they want. Isn't Errol Spence on record saying he'll never fight Keith Thurman? And then what happened? That audio was leaked, and now we're finding out that Keith Thurman was moved around in the rankings, and they ordered Keith Thurman to be the mandatory for Errol Spence. What are you talking about if they want to? Errol Spence don't want to fight Keith Thurman, but Al Heyman want him to fight Keith Thurman.
I don't think the fight's gonna happen.
Now check this out. Al Heyman gets 33 1/3 from both fighters in house.
That's
He gets
60.
off
Yo,
both.
listen.
He
Yo,
gets
he getting
both
more money
fighters,
than
bro.
both of them. He
Yeah,
he
don't
getting
think that
getting
fight is gonna
64%.
happen.
Dog.
He getting down there 64%.
Why wouldn't it happen? It's an easy fight to make in house, man. It's easy. It's easy.
But look, I think the next fight, everybody, I already said it. I think the next fight is Bud and Spence. I'm y'all, like, everybody can wrap their head around the fact that they think Spence and Thurman gonna happen because he was moved around in these hocus pocus sanctioning bodies that we always talk about, that we was just talking about earlier. When it comes down to the sanctioning bodies and the shit that they do, it's just for play and conversation and magic. I'm enjoying the magic show. I'm not getting caught up in the magic though. I know the magic ain't real.
Hey, hold up for a split second. I got to shout out Jamal Neezy, $2 super chat. Appreciate you, Neezy, for supporting the channel. EJ next fight is avoiding a car crash. Okay, for sure, dog. Go ahead, Butts.
That's hard. That's fire. That's fire.
Appreciate that, Neezy. Appreciate you supporting the channel.
I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Jamal Neezy, man.
Go ahead, what you were saying, Blunt.
But yeah, man. Yeah, and again, and Charlo, goddamn, you said bookmark it. I'm high. I don't even remember what the hell.
Nah, Blunt, you good, man. Blunt, you dropping your sauce, man. Stop our sake. He's spinning your shit, man.
No, man, you was talking about what I said when I was mentioning about Jamel Charlo, and the brothers fighting one another. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jamel Charlo may say that he's not fighting him, but look, they're just being selfish, because if Errol Spence don't have a problem with moving up and fighting Jamel Charlo, it's not going to be up to Mel Charlo. It's going to be up to Al Heyman. Listen to Al Heyman, because if he want to make the fight, he going to make the fight, period.
Thank you for bringing that up, because you reminded me. But look, you said if Al Heyman sees the monetary gain in that fight, he's going to sit down with both fighters and see if he can make that happen. I took from that was see if he can make that happen. You can have the idea all you want, Mr. Al Heyman, but if you sit down with these dudes and you can't make it happen for whatever reason, like if Charlo say, okay, Mr. Al, we gonna do what you said, but then leave out and come up and go to his brother and say, man, I really don't want to do this. We got to come up with something. How should I injure myself? What should I do to get out of this? How can I, you know what I'm saying, find a way to get out of it? Then it's not gonna happen.
So you trying to say
I put real life on shit. I put real life on shit.
So you trying to say they would sacrifice getting paid with all the material items they got and them big ass houses? They gonna sacrifice getting put on the shelf by going against the grain with Al Heyman?
No, what he said.
If they boys, hold on. Let me tell you.
Scared of Errol. That's what he said.
Listen, that it could be a possibility. I'm not saying that. I would, or else I would have just said that nigga scared and he gonna go to his brother and come up with a reason not to do it. All I'm saying is, if it's not what he wants to do, but for whatever reason he's puss enough to not want to, tell Al to his face, then it's like I'm saying, it's not gonna happen. If Spence wants it to happen or not, you know what I'm saying? And like he just said on the interview, everybody's making their way comfortably, but then they just asked Spence while he was walking to the elevator about the weight, and he's giving off the impression that it's not comfortable. It's like it makes you question the Charlos and what the fuck they be talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't sound like they all on the same page. And with that language, it sounds to me like Charlo doesn't want to fight Spence. He's not gonna fight Spence. I don't give a fuck if Al really thinks it's a great fight and all the money in the world, whatever. He's not gonna fight him. I'm not gonna say he's scared. I'm not gonna say he's scared or whatever, but I'm just gonna say he's not gonna fight him. They can all bump one step up, and they're gonna get out of each other's way. That's the safest way they can do it, and all still make some money.
You really
There's plenty of fights that can happen.
You underestimate Al Heyman's authority, for real. You underestimate how much he makes shit move around there.
Al was their boss.
I wouldn't say
Al was their boss. And EJ been beating the Charlo brothers up for years. Big Maul and Little Mel. I'm letting you know. EJ been beating them up for years, man.
Okay, but it sounded to me like, from what I know, I don't know Al Heyman's the boss. From what it sounds like, is he's an advisor. For example, Freeway Rick Ross just signed 5 fighters, and now he's a boxing advisor. So we finna start. What a freak? You know what I'm saying? What about Freeway Rick? What if he get on something?
In all respect,
we gonna start calling him people boss
Al
too.
Heyman, dog.
I'm talking. Listen. Hold on.
Hold on. We talking about, again, we can make some comparisons. We can make some similarities between the two as far as, history, what they've done in the past.
Make sure you identify the levels.
Hold on.
Make sure you identify the comparison with the levels, dog.
Hold on. In some people's mind, Freeway Rick Ross would be on it. You got niggas that stole his name and made their own life off of Freeway Rick Ross' name. You know what I'm saying? And made hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm just saying. We talking about names. We talking about influence. We talking about two people of influence who are in the same type of environment, have come across money, who've seen money, you know what I'm saying, who've had experiences in life. But again, I don't even want to dwell on that too long. I'm just saying, they saying Al's the boss, Al's this, that, and the third. From what I know, he's an advisor. I look at Al I don't look at Al, you know what I'm saying? I don't even picture the situations like that in my head. You know what I'm saying? You call it underestimating if you want to. I just think I take it for what I see and what it is. If you the advisor, your job is to advise. If you know the best decisions that should be made, go ahead.
You think Rick Ross is in the same league as coming to this boxing game?
Hey, he probably got a long way to go, but I wouldn't doubt that he can make something happen. I don't doubt that he could become influential.
In the same league? Do you think he's in the same league?
Absolutely not. If you just started. Absolutely not. Okay, if you just started, if you just became one, but you shouldn't
disrespect Al Heyman by putting Rick Ross in
the conversation. Fuck about Al Heyman. I give a fuck about Al Heyman. I give a fuck.
I'm just saying. I'm just rocking out with the language, bro. That's disrespectful.
I was just making a comparison that you have two black men of around. They got history, they got age on them, they wise, they've seen money. I'm just saying, he's become. So what are we gonna say if Freeway becomes on an Al Heyman level? Are we gonna start calling him people's bosses and shit? And he's this, that, and the third. Like, nah, you's an advisor. That's what you started out as. That's what you are. That's your title.
An analogy, bro, because Al Heyman was actually in court for trying to do all of it: manager, advisor, promoter.
Okay, so if you go to,
he had to go to court with Golden Boy and Top Rank for those very same reasons.
I remember. I read the articles on that. on that. But again, if you go to court, maybe you learn your motherfucking lesson. Maybe you learn how to do shit correctly. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to. I don't dwell on this fact that he's some type of boss. That's all I'm saying. I look at dude as an advisor.
Who is the promoter?
Who is the promoter? TGB and who else? Who is the promoter over there?
No, who is? Okay, you say TGB. Who's running TGB?
Was it Tom Brown?
No, Al Heyman running TGB, bro. Who's the front man for TGB?
I don't know. I don't work
Brown.
If
Tom Brown.
If I worked
I'm breaking
over
it down to you now.
I'm not doing all
I'm
this
breaking it down to you right now.
How do we know that?
No, I'm just saying. How can it be dumbass shit? It's fact. It's facts.
I didn't say it was dumbass shit. I'm saying where's the facts at? We need proof. I don't work over there, so I can't say that's the case. I'm not in the back room at the office seeing the paperwork, and I don't know who's the CEOs and the presidents and who making. You know what I mean? Like them is damn near assumptions. I'm not doing that. I'm not assuming. I'm not gonna be that nigga. I'm gonna be the nigga that got it. Look, I gotta work at that bitch to know what time it is to give you a real. I'm not finna do that. I'm not finna say you the boss. I'm not gonna do that. I gotta be there. Because that's me telling the truth.
All you gotta do, like, listen, I understand where you're coming from, but TGB stands for what? Once you find out what TGB stands for, then you'll understand how Al Heyman ties into TGB. You'll understand the whole process of Tom Brown, which is one of the initials on TGB, and how that shit ties in to the marriage and everything else, and who, what, when is there, and the one that passed away. It's an intriguing story, but Al Heyman's running all of that shit, bro. He runs TGB. Well,
it's different kinds of stories. You got fictional stories, you got nonfiction, it's different kind of stories.
It's absolutely fact, bro. Speaking to the heavy hitters that I speak to at PBC, that's fact. Anybody will tell you that's fact. He's running TGB. He's running TGB, bro.
Well, I can't say. I would have to speak to him too, or be on a third party conversation. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't say. I'm not going. Again, I'm just gonna go off of what I go off. Again, that's me being me, following me. You know what I'm saying? Following my train of thought, my process.
I'm gonna get the OG on the phone. You keep cooking. I have him.
I know you. Hey, I know you got some
people. That shit.
No, hold up. But again, I don't know him.
No, stay there. I'm gonna bring him on the phone.
But again, hold up. That's just a nigga on the phone to me, though.
No, don't do nothing for me. Just a nigga on the phone. I'm telling you. Listen, check this out, Blunt. You can't disrespect the fact on who I'm bringing as if I'm that type of nigga to just bring you a nigga out of Walmart.
It's
not disrespect.
It's not disrespect. I'm not.
Bro,
I never said that. I would have said that if that was the case.
Now
I'm just
I have
saying,
an issue.
To me, that's just a nigga on the phone.
From whoever you feel like bringing information, because you want to sit up here and yell out for Nun's name like everything that nigga say is golden, but yet I tell you I'm gonna bring a real nigga from PBC on the phone and explain TGB to you. You know, you think it's just another nigga. Man, please.
I didn't say that.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit, bro.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on there, Blunts.
Come on, man. Look.
Come on.
Look, OG.
You up here
nah,
because
you going left. You talking
like
about
his shit is all golden. But yet I say I'm going to get a real
shit.
nigga on the phone.
That's
and you
cap.
up here like, nah, that can be any nigga.
That's cap.
That can be anybody.
I just told y'all
please.
Fanon. I was just in the car telling y'all how Fanon put shit together and make up little stories based off unknowns and shit. I just told y'all I'm not falling for none of that.
Vouching for that nigga though. You've been the same.
Ain't nobody vouching for that nigga, man. Every time I talk about that nigga, it's to figure out what type of time that nigga is on. I did a whole live stream trying to figure out what was real and what was fake. So you ain't never been. You never been. Come on, man. Stop it.
You never been.
Hell nah. Listen. I've been explained it. I told you I'm too fresh into this boxing shit to be picking sides for any nigga. Whether it's on YouTube,
how the temperature
boxing
is
fighters
in the too. Don't let it get you all insane. Don't go insane over this debate though. All I said was I'm gonna get you somebody, and they're gonna explain and break down, and you trying to act like you're gonna discredit.
But what do that?
Give me the positive.
I ain't discrediting you. I gotta tell you what it is.
Give me respect.
It's nothing but respect. But what are you not here? What is you saying? It's
don't think I'm gonna bring some fake bum ass.
I never said that. If I said that, I would have told you that. I would have told you about to bring a bum ass nigga on the phone. That's not credible. I would have said that out my mouth. But that's not what I feel.
It's just the point where you said it could be any nigga. Like I do that.
That's a fact.
I do that.
I didn't say you did. If that was the case, I would have said that. But what I'm saying is that's how it is. It's somebody on the phone I never met. I gotta take it for that. I'm supposed to just believe that's all I'm saying.
After you hear what he has to say, that's real life. You'll be convinced. You'll be convinced after you hear what he got to say, Blunts. That's all I'm telling you, brother. After you hear what he has to say, then you'll be convinced.
I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you. But again, am I gonna let that affect all my?
When WCS be bringing down people on him. Y'all gotta hear from a motherfucking channel that has fake ass AI subscribers, and you think they channel is bigger, but a nigga like me bring a real motherfucker on here, you like, oh well, that can be any nigga. Well, if these niggas goddamn brought you somebody on there, you say,
come on, man,
it's not on here. Oh,
nobody taking it that
He's
personal.
Certified. It's official.
We not going that deep. We not going that deep. It's not that deep. It's not that damn deep.
Just sit tight. Just sit tight. I'm about to bring him on. I just sit tight. I'm gonna
bring him on.
And I'm gonna educate you on what TGB is from somebody who's deep in the game.
Hey, let me know.
PBC,
let me know.
They've been deep in the boxing game.
Do he work there right now? Do he work there right? Do he work for TGB right now?
Look, this is I never told you he worked for TGB, did I?
So what do he know if he? But what if he never did?
He's been in the boxing game and he has straight ties. He has straight ties to doing business with individuals at PBC on a regular.
Again, but I don't
real talk.
Again, and I understand that. I understand that.
Look, are y'all brothers?
All right, so I just got to hear it.
Are y'all brothers willing to hear education first without just saying, I'm just going to turn a deaf ear in general because you want to prove a point you ain't willing to listen to somebody that I got to present, that another brother got to present? That's foolish, bro.
Absolutely. We want to hear him.
I'm suggesting it to you. So just hold tight. I'm gonna bring them on. Y'all cook.
Yeah, Blunt. It sounded to me though, with all you were saying, I'm just saying what I got from it. It don't have to be true, but it sounded to me like you saying that Jamel is scared of Errol. He don't want to fight him.
Man, he might be, especially if what's being said in the gym is true that he getting beat up. He very well might be. I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. Why would you want your mans to go out there and embarrass you or take a L to your mans for a bag? I wouldn't do that. I'm just not that nigga. I wouldn't do that.
If you're the undisputed 154-pound champion, your mindset should be, can't nobody come to my division and whoop me. If you come to my division, especially from a lower division, I'm finna beat your ass up and send you right back where you came from. That should be the mindset that a champion should have.
I feel you, but again, like, you know what I'm saying? What if it's shit like they got, you know, they got moments together as friends or whatever. They got a real friendship and shit. So they, you know, they too deep into it, like, you know, just
Hey, let
emotion
me ask you a
wise. And
question. Let me ask you a
what if they
question, brother.
families eating dinner together on holidays and shit like that?
Did you watch the Mike Tyson podcast with Tommy Hearns and Sugar Ray Leonard?
I didn't watch all of it, but I did see
Okay.
some of it.
You can tell that these dudes are friends, right?
Absolutely.
They was friends since the amateurs. Am I right or wrong?
Shit, I wouldn't know.
Well, they was been
But I would
friends. I was
believe that they
around
was.
at that time. They came up together. They was friends since the amateurs.
They was friends when they fought each other?
Yeah, but that didn't
Oh,
have nothing to do
man.
with business. Marvin
Right.
Hagler and Sugar Ray Leonard was friends. That didn't have nothing to do with business.
Right.
You in the boxing business. You in the game. You could be my friend. What perfect example in recent times. What did Crawford say to Porter? Porter said, "Ain't we friends?" He said, "Nah, we ain't friends till after the fight."
For real. Hey, look, OG, I don't doubt, you know what I'm saying? I think they, hey, if it's right and they make the money, you know what I'm saying? But again, if you built yourself up to be this undisputed and I wouldn't, you know, it would just be hard for me to have my mans come in there and take my L, and I know he could take my L, you know what I'm saying? Because he
My
done
man
beat
would
me
have
up
to come and
already
take my
before.
L because I wouldn't know that.
Hey,
You want
my
the
man would have
bag.
to come and take my L because I wouldn't know that.
Hey fellas.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to bring my guy on here so he can, for those of you that's tuned in and listening, right? You about to get a thorough breakdown of how the TGB model is ran over there. So it will be no ifs,
Okay.
ands, or buts about it on what people think and what they believe and everything. You're gonna hear from somebody who's been in the game for decades. They'll break it down to you. So here
Roger that.
gonna,
Roger that, brother.
okay. All right, cool. You good, OG?
What you trying to find out? I mean, like, what you want to know about?
Hey, he talking to you, Blunts. What you want to know?
What you mean what I want to know? You brought them on. I ain't had no questions for him. I
About
ain't
the
asked you to bring
TGB.
them on. And tell them whatever you
why
Okay,
you
want to
being
have
I'll
them
ask the
tell
disrespectful,
us.
question.
bro?
Hold on.
Why you being
I'll ask it. I'll
why you
ask the
being
question.
disrespectful, bro?
I'm not
No,
being
hold
disrespectful.
up.
You asking me that.
Hold up.
Come on, OG.
Hey, check
Don't
this
do
out.
that, man.
I just
Come on,
asked
man.
a simple question. Just asked a simple question. Obviously, you taking the wrong way, but okay. Just look. We'll leave it alone. Hey, OG, just let him know how the setup is with Al Heyman and the TGB model when it comes to how it's ran and how the TGB, how it ties in, you know, and everything as a promotion.
Well, actually, Tom Brown just a promoter, TGB, and he one of the promoters of PBC. It's like an umbrella. It's against a federal law. You can't promote and manage. So you can't promote or you can't manage a fighter at the same time. So you have to get promoters that have a brand that's already naturally syndicated. And the way that brand starts is everybody in America know that Tom Brown was a matchmaker for Goose and Tudor, one of the biggest promotional companies during the time of Don King promotion, during the time of Top Rank, during the time it wasn't no Golden Boy, it was just Goose and Tudor and Don King, and it was Top Rank. It was the three major components in boxing. When Tom Brown was matchmaking for his brother-in-law, Dan Goosen. Dan Goosen is the brother of Joe Goosen, and TGB actually stands for the wife, and Tom and his wife's name is actually TGB because the G is for Goosen and the B is for Brown. So Tom Brown was the matchmaker on Goose and Tudor and James. He the one that built James Toney, Paul Williams, Andre Ward. The list just go on and on of the legends or whatever. So Tom Brown's a promoter. Samson Lewinsky is a promoter. Then you got Leon. Then you got all them. They promoters for the PBC brand, meaning most of those fighters are signed in that on promotional level. Al Heyman is the one that's running the PBC. Al Heyman is one of the most powerful dudes in boxing. What else you need to know about that mother?
What question you got, Sheldon, Lawrence, whatever?
No, I didn't have any questions because I understood everything he said. I've known everything he said for a while now. You know, Al Heyman is just behind the scenes making all the moves. He sends the orders out, and his minions go ahead and execute the orders that he sends out. That's the way that shit works.
Hey, that wouldn't surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me. I'm not saying that's not the case, but I'm going off the titles. I'm just going off the titles, and I'm sure they structured it in a way with the titles that they have so that they could do what they do. Somebody echo. So I'm not denying that. I'm not making everything happen behind the scenes. I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is he's an advisor of his fighters. Now, he probably does a lot of extra shit on the scenes that we don't know about, but I don't know about that. I can't speak on that. I'm not finna run with that. That's not finna be no ammo I take into my decisions about what I think's going on and all that. I'm not looking at it like that, bro. I'm looking at that man as Al, the advisor. So he's gonna advise his fighters on the best decisions he thinks they should make, whether it benefits him or whatever. I don't know all that. That's not my business. I'm not there. I'm not in the office with Al. I don't work at PBC. I don't work at TGB. I don't know that. So I'm not finna run with that. I'm not gonna be on the internet
Blunts,
talking about.
I get it, bro. I get your venting,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to ask you to get to the point. You're not debating with him. If you have anything to ask him,
and
about
I'm not
any
saying
questions as how it ties in, not all that other stuff, bro.
No, I don't have no questions. Yeah, I ain't got no questions.
The simple solution to everything is this. It's like we boxing executives and people want to know boxing, but boxing ain't never been a sport. It's a business. So what I'm saying is, it's a lot of people that's doing things behind the scenes, and it's a lot of things work. Boxing is smoke and mirrors. I mean, it's all about who you know, and it's all about your representation, and it's about how you deal in the sport. It's like if there's too many people in the world, they wanna get on blogs and holler out false information, but you don't have nobody credible inside of the business to compliment that point, say to that point where that's true or false, you know. And that's the only thing I'm saying with people is like, everybody's entitled to their opinions of America, you know, and everybody's entitled to feel how they feel. But the point of the matter is, man, me personally, it's a lot of people, I won't say no names or be disrespectful to nobody, but there's a lot of people out here clout chasing and they don't know what they're talking about. Because nobody can't first tell you how a boxing model is. Probably what somebody said on a blog or what they saw on TV. But they can't tell you that it's many moving parts to make a fight. It looks great on TV, but it's a lot of things that go behind that. And there's a lot of people that's involved in that situation. Like, for example, we know for a fact that we would never see the fights that we're supposed to see because it's not sport, it's business. So we'll never see those type of fights. We understand that and we know that. But from a fan standpoint, that's a good fight. But from a finances or promoter standpoint, that's not a good fight. And that's the major fights that need to be made. They may not never happen because of that entity right there. That's just the business about.
Well,
So
that's the same thing. But he's saying WCS is the same thing Bob Arum said to the fans about a year ago. And they was talking all that Triller stuff. Now he said, "Look, they got money, but that don't mean they're gonna get in the game." Whole lot of people with money have tried to get in the box.
I wasn't too much talking about what Bob Arum was saying. I'm talking about in sense when it comes to the PBC and us generating the whole focus on what's going on over there with those fights. And And people.
It's two sides of the ball.
No, I said that because the reason I said that was because
Hold on for a
he
second,
just said that
Sheldon.
Heyman is one of the most
Sheldon, hold on for a
powerful men
second.
in boxing.
Sheldon, hold on for a second, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Two sides of the ball, man. I mean, you know, two sides of the street. You know, you got the left side of the street, you got the right side of the street. And it's a lot of personal things that's entangled with people in boxing where I don't want to do business with you because I probably might not like something you did 20 years ago. Or I probably might like the color of your tie. I might not like who you is, so I don't want to do no business with you. So I'll put it in the media that me and you in negotiations, but I won't never put out there that I hate your gut. And that's what's really going on. It's two different sides of the street. It's two sides of the street. It's
exactly.
Top rank, then CBC. It's two sides of the street.
Right. And they'll only do business with each other if they choose to, correct?
Yeah, that's the only way to do it, but they won't never do business together because you got to understand the reason why you may never see him do no business with him is because of what happened 20 years ago. I won't go into detail, but something happened between them 20 years ago. So they won't never do business together. I mean, if all is possible, they may not. But those are decisions that them two men got to work out. You know what I'm saying? They got to work that out. Nobody
Roger.
else can work
I understand. I got you.
You talking about who? Aram and Heyman?
Aram and Ball, they have to work out their differences.
So explain them co-promoting on Tyson Fury and Deontay. Explain that situation.
There wasn't a co-promotion.
Yeah, explain. People don't understand how that process.
There wasn't a co-promotion. I mean, Wilder's his fighter, but ESPN took that all the way. There was a Tyson Fury got two promoters. He got a subpar promotional deal with Ball, but William Hill is his promoter. He's not exclusively a top ranked fighter.
I got you.
Is it Frank Warren tied in the Fury?
I can't hear you.
He said it's Frank
Warren. I said, isn't Frank
Fury?
Warren tied in the Fury?
Yeah, that's who William Hill is. Frank Warren. We say Frank Warren's name, but the name of Frank Warren's promotional company is called William Hill, man.
You heard that, Sheldon?
No, repeat that, please.
Frank Warren's business name is William Hill Promotions. That's Frank Warren. It's not Frank Warren Promotions. It's William Hill Promotions. That's
William Hill. Yeah. I've seen that name before. I've seen that. Yes.
That's Frank Warren.
So, hey, why you on here? Do you think that I know we done talked about this extensively before, but what's your thoughts on the Spence Crawford situation 23? You think they're gonna revisit that?
No, they're not. They're not gonna revisit it, but this is all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this to put this on people's brains. All I can say is everybody who think they smart or know everything is something being played in people's face and they ain't even bit the apple yet. And I'm gonna say it like this. If people think they can run around and tell lies about a certain network or a certain app, let's just put it out there. That's the smoke and mirrors right there, because some was put in somebody's face and they ain't even know they got played on the back end and introduced to them. But I'm sitting there looking like, damn, like a yo-yo. Because I'm gonna say this right here. It's mighty strange to me that most of Al Haymon fighters deciding with Black Prime. It's mighty strange to me.
You see that too, huh?
Hey, I try to tell him, you know what I'm saying?
You see that too, huh?
I'm just saying, you got people saying, you got people trying to talk the trash, the tank. You got people on blogs trying to say niggas meeting them at gas stations. But let's get to the facts. It's mighty strange to me that all Al Heyman fighters is signing the Black Prime. That's just mighty strange to me. That's strange, man. Why are they signing the
I
Black
thought
Prime?
I was the only one that saw that. Oh shit!
No, you ain't the only one, bro. You got somebody. Now that my man can see right there. You ain't the only one, but why is they signing the Black Prime? And why is all of them going to Black Prime? Just do tell. Now let's get back to the original point when you asked me about Spence and Crawford. The reason why I can't be revisited because somebody eating out of both sides of the pot. How the hell did I let you mess up my left pocket? Why would my right pocket let my left pocket fuck up the right pocket when the right pocket is bulging over? Why would I let it do it? Now you getting it? Why would I let both of y'all go ahead, man? Why would I let y'all fight for $25 million a piece? Later on down the year or later on down the road, we can get $300 million. So why would I mess up $300 million for $50 million? Do tell. Why would I? You saw Mayweather Pacquiao when you were supposed to see it. Oh, this is true. You saw Manny Pacquiao fight Floyd Mayweather when you were supposed to see it. From a business standpoint, they grossed $300 million, right? No, that was the biggest live gate in a long time. Because Floyd got $300 million, Manny got $100 million. So why would they fought back and they both was in their prime when they was trying to build Manny to come back what Floyd was finna be? So the truth of the matter is, neither one of them can put real asses in seats. That's the truth. So anybody want to go against that? Or anybody can come back there? Neither one of them can put real asses in seats, bro. You got
I hear you.
Neither one of them can. Okay, let's put it out there. You put Tank in the ring, you need Tank because whoever Tank gonna be crossed from. Earl Spence or Terrence Crawford cannot sell a ticket like Devontae Davis can. So anybody that you put Tank with is a match made in heaven because his name gonna sell out the building.
So just to reiterate, who making the most money out of the other fighters over in that area in Showtime?
Oh, Tank swallowing all them. That's some ticket. He swallowing them. Then Earl Spence in a close second, but it's Tank out there by himself. You Tank out there by himself. So it's structured like that. You can't count Mayweather in the conversation with Tank. Active fighter right now for him. The person that he's making the most money with is Devontae Davis.
OG, I was just letting you break some shit down temporarily on some stuff with the TGB.
Look, they can ask, we can have a conversation. But what I'm saying is, me, I'm like this. I've been in that game for some decades, bro. I'm a baby. I'm a baby boxing this like to the point where I done fought. I done made fights for people who won't call their name. I done promoted my own fights. I done been on Showtime 3 times. That's another day. And I'm around some credible, and I do things with some credible people, but I just don't drop names because certain people take blogs and say, well, so-and-so down there and such said this, that. No, I don't do that because the media won't twist words. We don't need to twist words. I'm just breaking down facts that we know that the most powerful person in boxing, we know this. This is not nothing we're making up. This is not nothing we're pissing at. We're just telling you facts that we know. Y'all trying to pull a fast one on us. When Terrence Crawford fought that boy, y'all trying to pull a fast one. We ain't dumb enough not to know that hurt. And they see through that.
All right, OJ, I appreciate you stopping in, man. We'll chop it up a little bit later.
And then just one more thing I'm gonna add. You know, over the weekend, to all the Spencerholics, over the weekend, Earl Spence was serving his managerial duties for Franklin, But he ain't want to get on that microphone because he knew his ass. Keith Thurman crawling up his ass. Boots crawling up his ass. Stanley Owners crawling up his ass. So Earl, since you didn't want to fight Terrence Crawford, his own one. Because we know you ain't going to be champion much long because you got to put them belts in the trash, vacate them because you're fighting about it. You know what's going to happen. But in the meanwhile, Mr. Crawford will still be WBO champion because he facing his mandatories. Excuse me. Now, they can twirl a finger, they can blow about it all they want to, but them the facts. In this business, if you don't fight who you want you to fight, we just take the scraps. That's how we play. Instead of sending you to detention hall and suspending you, up, sir. That's how we'll do it. Not tell them to go look that up and make sure that's true.
Hey, I told him, I remember when you told me that, like, back when Spence was stepping in there with Yadina Zugas, you said that the Errol Spence and Crawford fight wasn't going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
It's not going to happen from a business standpoint because, one, if you want me to put up $100 million and get them $25 million, because everybody knows how this game really go. If I'm the promoter, that means I is suit all the financial hardship. So y'all going to get paid. You might be broke or out of business. So why would I put a risk of put up $100 million, lose $16 million, y'all go away with $50 million? Who is the loser in the deal? The fans got what they want, but my business is tanking now because I took a risk I should have took. Like I said, from a fan standpoint, that is a great fight. From a promoter standpoint, a TV standpoint, and a sponsor standpoint, that is a nightmare. That's bad for business. That's all I'm saying. And that's the reason why they wasn't going to fight, because the money, they want $25 million apiece. But now people want to debate and say Chad Crawford ain't fighting about. Well, just look at their resumes. Look at their resumes side by side. It ain't their fault who they promoter put in front of them. They just got to get them up out of there. That's not their job to find if you ranked in the world. That's not their job to find out who they fighting. They just supposed to knock them out. They supposed to sign a contract, get in the ring, give you a fight, and go home. It's not their job to find out your real ranking, who you done fought, whoever you done fought. There's nobody. Because everybody can say they ain't fought nobody. But I'm going to say this as an ex-fighter and the being around world champions, it takes a special kind of man to get inside the ropes. And it takes a special kind of man or woman to get inside the ropes. And it takes a special kind of woman or man to get inside that cage. Everybody can talk. But until you don't got punched in your mouth or hit in your eye or had your jaw broke, sit your ass down talking if you ain't never done it. You feel me? Participated. You feel me? So I'm just talking.
All right, my brother. I appreciate it. We'll chop it up later, man.
No problem.
Appreciate you pulling up, man.
No time.
All right. Hey, what's up, Hypey?
Yeah, big ups, Scotty. I was coming on. I wanted to ask the brother about a question, but he got off. But nonetheless, definitely sound like somebody that knows what he's talking about. Like you said, he has experience in the business, so I can respect that opinion a lot more than just people behind the keyboard.
All I was trying to say is, when I brought the brother on, Blunts, I wasn't putting you on the spot. I said, you have any question to ask him? Ask him. That's a legitimate, soft presentation. I just say, hey, if you have any questions about the situation, you took offense to it as if I was saying, okay, talk that same shit you was talking. No, I said, if you have any questions, ask him. You know, so you won't have the impression that he's just the average nigga. You feel me? I just said, you have any questions, ask him why you have the opportunity to do it. That's all I was saying. Like, look, it's not gonna be that it's continuous where somebody has to have a whole lot of people tuned in the chat and all this other stuff for shit to be credible. I know who I communicate with. I know what they done told me. I know how long I know these dudes. You know, the OG right there, he's been around for a long time. He had Al Heyman straight up. He can call Al Heyman right now if he needs some business and talk to him. That's how locked in he is. That's fact. But just to say, well, it can be any nigga, I'm like, man, that's disrespectful, bro. Because if you come over here vouching for what Fanon got to say on shit, as if that shit golden, then I tell you, hey, I can bring the OG on, right? I can bring the OG on, and if you have any questions about that PBC deal and through the TGB, I was providing a courtesy to the listeners too. If you had any questions that you wanted to ask, so you can know for common knowledge, then ask. I wasn't putting you on the spot.
Right. And again, no disrespect. Again, I do not vouch for what Fanon say. When I ask questions or I bring them up, it's so that I can gain more information. I've been said I'm too fresh into this boxing shit to know anything, or if I come seeking knowledge, and maybe that's my fault for trying to get help figuring out how I should think about something. So I break it down to me thinking what I think. And the facts is, I'm not doubting who he is, what he knows, how credible he is, and none of that. All I'm saying is, I'm not going to let what everybody else influences their decisions influence my decisions of what I think. You know what I'm saying? If people think Al Heyman, all right, okay. And if that's what I could soak it up. And if I choose to accept it or reject it or let it run, you know what I'm saying, play how it play in my head, then that's how it plays. But again, I say, okay, if I don't know what Al Heyman does, because I don't know Al Heyman. If he can know Al Heyman if he, all he wants. If he can call him on the phone, you can call him on the phone. That's great. I don't know Al. So when I think about Al, what I think is going on over there and what's really going down, I'm basing it off what I see from my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I heard what dude said. I believe what dude said. He said a lot of credible information, like Hypey just said he said. You know what I'm saying? And I don't doubt who he is, what he does, and none of that. All I'm saying is, to me, I'm not seeing nobody. I'm hearing a voice through the phone. I don't know him. You know what I mean? And I'm not knocking you. I'm not saying he's not credible. I'm just saying I don't know him.
But you
what happens when I go tell a story? What happens when I tell a story to somebody else and they look at me and say, "Oh, so you just go listen to it?" Yeah, I mean, I hear what they saying, but
okay. So obviously, me and you have a gap of a lack of understanding when it comes to reasoning with this boxing shit, because I would never bring somebody to my panel and be a clickbait type of channel. I've never been considered to be a clickbait individual. So if I never said you would. I didn't say you did. I say if I'm bringing somebody to your attention, you should not automatically start me off at 0% and credibility and work myself up to 100. You should start me off at 100 and then listen to what he has to say, just like Hyphy did and whoever else that was on.
And that's what I did.
Say, hey, it looked like this dude. No, but look, what I'm saying is, you were saying he could be another nigga. And I'm saying to you, I would never do that to my audience, my listeners. I never do that. I would never bring just an average motherfucker on here and say, okay, they locked in and they're OG in the game and they know a lot of people. Listen up. I never lead you astray like that. Real talk.
I believe. Hey, look, and you know how I know. You know what I'm saying? Look, you know what's up with me. You know what I'm saying? You know what's up, man. You know you my guy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you would do that. I'm just saying, when you observe the situation, how it plays out on my end, it's just somebody else it's just a voice on the phone. I could take it and run with it. You know what I'm saying?
But for none be talking some bullshit, and
he
be
do.
Here,
I don't be believing that shit.
Bullshit.
I don't be believing you talking.
You
saying this shit like you, because I'm trying to make sense
or what other people is making sense in their own head. I'm trying to make sense of shit in my head, and people making sense this way. Then you got this person saying this. So of course I regurgitate shit from everywhere. How many times have we done brought up many different people in here? All I'm saying is you made it to be out that I vouch for the shit he's talking about, and what he say is golden, and I run with that shit and believe that shit. Man, I don't give a fuck, man. Come on, man. Never been the type. I come seeking information.
Make shit up, man. I don't sit up here and make shit up.
I come seeking information. I come with perspectives. Everybody's different perspectives. And let's look at this. And let's discuss this and talk about this and see what you think about this.
Well, if you're seeking information, at least give them the opportunity. If I say I'm bringing an OG on.
And I absolutely did.
I'm just gonna listen to it. No, you talking about it could be any nigga and all.
I get what you mean. I listened to him. I stayed on the panel. If I wasn't gonna give him the opportunity, I'd have jumped off his joint and closed the line.
Nigga, though.
Come on, man. That's what it is on my end.
Another nigga.
That's what it is on my end. I don't know him. Never seen him a day in my life. I never seen him.
You don't have to know him.
All right. That's all I'm saying.
You have to understand.
That's real
on this
life.
YTC shit. Listen, on this YTC shit, it's a lot of individuals that we don't know. But according to who the channel is, people come on here and bring people on all the time, and it's just audio. All right, and they talk, and then people up here who in the holler like, oh man, so and so on here. Okay, they doing this, that, and the other. I'm telling you, as a channel, respectfully, I don't clickbait. I don't bring motherfuckers on here that's not really tied down in the game. And I tried this before, but it seems like my people don't respect it. They don't understand. They just want to get with somebody who has 500 for them to damn be credible on some shit. They don't get no more credible than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I bring motherfucker on here, my shit's legit. Now he's not a
we believe that.
He's not a boxing fucking head. He's more orientated around the business part of it. He's not a content creator. He don't do none of that small shit. He deals with the bigger part of the boxing.
And he said it.
Let me let Hyphy get in here, man, right quick, Blunts. Let me let Hyphy get in here, bro. Shout out Hyphy. Go ahead and what you got, Hyphy? What's good?
Yeah, I heard Fanon's name coming up, and I know Blunts, you just said you ain't been around it that long. But like trying to make sense of what Fanon is saying, you're gonna end up like Fanon Cuckoo on Cocoa Puffs. This is the same brother that said he was a Blood, Crip, Latin King, GD, and Vice Lord all at the same time. Like, that's just not a challenge.
That's all bad. Yeah, that's all bad. I ain't go cap. Yeah, most of that shit. Hey, I said it already, man. Most of that shit, I don't get tied up into that, man. If it's the same old regurgitated shit that they over there spilling and spewing out, you know what I'm saying? I'd cut that shit off and I don't pay no mind to it. But when they come up with these new stories and try to make these new narratives, I go out trying to dispel that shit. And if I can't dispel it, then I'm trying to figure out if it's got any merit to it. See what other boxing minds and wise people think about the situation. I'm not taking what none of these niggas say on this internet and running with shit. I just can't do it. I never will. I'm not the type of nigga to do none of that. I gotta be the nigga inside. I need paperwork. I said it a million times. I'm a paperwork nigga. Present the paperwork. Let's go to the office.
What you got the number, call him up. Blunts? What paperwork? None of us get paperwork. None of us. All right, so we get third hand information, second hand information. We don't get paperwork. We talk track shit between Crawford and Spence. Not once have we seen a term sheet or a contract, but yet we put hours upon hours talking about it, dog. What paperwork?
So
paperwork, dog?
Right. So that's why I'm
paperwork?
That's why I'm not finna believe the fight not gonna happen. I think it's gonna happen when I think it's gonna happen, and that's all I'm saying. Okay. That's what all I said was from the beginning. I think the fight happens. Everybody can say no. Like I said, coach saying it ain't happening. It's a lot of people saying it ain't happening for a lot of different reasons. I'm not buying into none of that shit. I think it's done already and it's going down. And that's it.
But it'll always be up for debate on why you think the fight not happening. It'll always be up for debate. And you're not going to get any paperwork to substantiate why somebody believe the fight happening and
or why it's not
happening.
Exactly. Or why it's not. Exactly. So until then, I'm going to just feel how I feel and think how I think, and ain't nothing going to change that. That's all I'm saying.
Nobody's trying to interrupt how you think. It's just the whole fact where when you go heavy on the side of debating something to disapprove it, then that brings into question that you're supporting that side of the narrative. You're pushing. You're supporting it heavy. And my deal is, why sit up here and support so heavily and protest about something that you say, no, I'm neutral. I'm neutral on this shit. I don't support Bud like that, and I don't support Spence.
And look what
like
Tehran
that.
just
But
said.
yet you always protesting Errol Spence though.
Hey, and look what Tehran just say. You play both sides of the fence. If you new in boxing, you should study. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, point me to the encyclopedia books and shit. And I do play both sides of the fence. I did say I had to fight 50-50. I do want both. I just said it last night. I want both of them to win. When we was watching Frank Martin and Michel Rivera, I said I want both of them to get undisputed. But it just can't be that way. So I definitely play both sides. I want everybody to eat. I can't believe the hocus pocus and the hostility is really happening. I am a type casual. I did just get into the shit. That's why I'm everywhere with my ear, everywhere, listening, everywhere, speaking, bringing things up, saying people's names, listening to their words, trying to figure out shit from the OG WCS to see what he think about another grown man in his 50s saying what he's saying. Got a boxing mind and boxing channel, you know what I'm saying? All I'm trying to do, maybe I got to stop studying YouTube niggas and just go start studying boxing, period. Get off the YouTube and the internet with these YouTube voices and just go watch some real boxing. Cause you know what I'm saying? This shit ain't doing shit when it for me, you know what I'm saying? Cause I'm not understanding what, you know what I mean? Like, I'm coming trying to figure shit out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you got to understand, with figuring it out on the YTC, you're gonna run into individuals that's pushing narratives that's totally untrue and disingenuous, and then you have others
absolutely
who believe in the neutrality of it. They try to keep it as non-biased as possible. Opinions are opinions. It ain't based off fact, bro. That's what you got to understand. It ain't based off fact. So you cannot get distraught and sense that you hearing somebody talking a bias and a bias. You may speak on the person that's talking about that bias ass narrative, and it might turn into a full-blown debate because they's like, no, that shit ain't nowhere close to being true. Why are you speaking on it like that? It happens all the time in the YTC, bro. Like, people regurgitate other people's information. You ain't committing no freaking crime. It just turns into debate because certain people love regurgitating certain channels and not or agree to those channels. Just like people ain't gonna always agree to what I gotta say.
I think, you know, some people regurgitate these channels for the wrong reason. Again, I'm gonna say this: if I bring somebody's name up, I'm either trying to say, like, what they saying ain't true, I don't believe it is bullshit, or do you think this has any truth or merit to it? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to figure out, so I know what to run with. You know what I'm saying? So I can have a better influence again, because I'm new to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm new to this shit. Like Tehran say, watch they past fights to take an opinion. I've been said that it's like y'all said, it's been going on for 5 years. That's why I can't pick a side. That's why I felt like I wasn't right to pick a winner in the fight, because I don't know what y'all, you know what I'm saying, experience. I wasn't there when it was happening. I was on a different type of time. I was in the streets. You know what I'm saying? I was living a different life, a bad life. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was in boxing. Y'all was paying attention. I wasn't. So it's too much history that I don't know about. And I'm involving myself in it now and getting heavy into it now, and I love it. You know what I'm saying? It's great. My baby love it. You know what I'm saying? It's branching off into my kids. But again, it's, you know, I don't know what to run with. I'm coming trying to figure things out and gather information and hear different perspectives and see if I can introduce different perspectives to different people to see what they think, and you know, go off of that. And maybe we could all come together in unison, because I've been said, I wish, you know, it wasn't so much hostility. I wish why the Arrow fans and the Bud fans can't get along, why it's always got to be a problem, why people threatening people on the internet talking about we finna do this and this and that, why people up all hours of the night sleeping on the internet about this Terrence and this Bud shit. Like, it's not that, to me, it's not that serious. Like, we should all be happy that it could be a possible fight, support each fighter. Why the Bud fans can't support Arrow? Why the Arrow fans can't support Bud? You know what I'm saying? It's that's always what I've been on. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. You don't have 10, 15 channels on here, but Errol Spence bashing. It's just not the case. That's fact. That's fact, bro. You know, you talking about for none all you want. Dude did 40 videos of freaking bud bashing.
I mean, that's
Anybody
the
can
truth.
sit up here and tell me.
That's the truth. Hey, people feel it's. I just, you know what I'm saying. People feel how they feel, and how people feel. It be some of that shit be entertaining. Reggie, you know what I'm saying. He do some of the same shit. He get on Bud ass. You got people. I wish it was even. You know what I'm saying. I wish more people would get on Spence how they getting on Bud if they gonna do it like this. But overall, I wish it was none of it. Period. You know what I'm saying. I wish it was all just positive shit. That's why I fuck with Coach, because Coach know how to deviate from that shit and talk about something entirely different. Every day, 7 days a week, damn near at 3:00 p.m. is something different. It's gonna be a different conversation, different engagement, etc., etc. Then you got these different places where every day is hate, is this, that, and the third, is tension, is graveyards and bodies and burials, it's lies and 7-Eleven meetups, it's all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all type of things. So we're gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But when I'm talking about it, ain't the pick no side, or I believe what he say, or I believe what this is going on, or maybe it's this, or maybe it's that. I'm saying, do y'all hear what's going on, and how do y'all think? How do y'all see it, and what do y'all think about it, and what's, you know what I'm saying? What direction would you take this? You know what I'm saying? So that's all it is to me.
You said something earlier, Blunts, and that's the best advice you could give yourself. Like you said, just as opposed to watching the YouTube channels, just purely watch the boxing itself and let that lead you to your own opinions. That would, be your best route. And the reason why you get so much back and forth is because it's all profitable. Like you said, Crawford fans can't get along with Spence fans and vice versa, and it's always going to be separation. It's because it's all profitable. That's what it boils down to.
Absolutely. I said it before, them analytics show something. It's the reason why them channels do what they do every day, because they analytics show them where the reach is, what the numbers looking like. They getting paid off of it. It's the reason everybody do what they do. I get it. You know what I'm saying? And I have been getting more in the boxing. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching a lot of old black and white fights, Jack Dempsey and Willard, Archie Moore and his career, Joe Louis. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to do some homework outside of just listening to all these dudes talk about boxing. But again, you get wrapped up in it sometimes.
Why you think that Terrence Crawford is the hottest topic on YouTube?
Hey, and
he's the best fighter in the world.
Not that. It's because when you put his name in them analytics, it lights up. They know if you're going to get more traction talking about Terrence Crawford, whether good or bad, than you get talking about any other fight right now.
Hey,
that's why we've been on Terrence Crawford. These guys on YouTube, these content creators, been on Terrence Crawford for the last 6 months, 7 months, every fucking day.
Hey, some years ago, Fanon out of his own mouth, when he was trying to discredit Crawford, he said he don't make Crawford videos because the analytics prove that they do terrible numbers. Well, if you go look at his channel now, he gonna go a day without making a Crawford video, sometimes 5. His whole channel is about one fighter.
One fighter. He's turned into that. He's transitioned into that. How is that? How? And he be talking some straight up other bullshit too.
Yeah, because his check tells him to keep doing that. The money that YouTube sends him keeps telling him to do that.
Say it again.
Absolutely,
so that's what no credibility. It's just off storytelling and analytics and algorithm.
I'm saying I've been saying that. I've been saying that, man. It's bad. To me, it's bad for the sport. I don't see no good in that. You got dudes.
What happened?
Yeah, but he kind of like some of us went through also. It's like when you come into something new, you got to get your feet wet. You got to, kind of learn the hard way as well. We all learn as we move around this community. And, it seems like Blunts, he's on his way as well. He'll learn what channels fit for him and, what don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was saying it's just crazy that people will sell out, man. It's these brothers that sell out and do what they do to other black people, you know what I'm saying? Black fighters and shit that's doing what they love, trying to feed their families and shit. off like they selling out, bro. I'm not that type of. I'll never be that type of person, bro. If you come on my side of the street, you come to my channel, it's gonna be all love. Everybody can say what the fuck they want, do what the fuck you want, feel how the fuck you feel, support who the fuck you want to support. I'm down for all that shit. Like, it's crazy that you could go to certain places and it be how it is. I always said this, so I'm not taking nothing nobody say and running with it, man. Especially if it ain't coming from no place good in them. Like, I can't go to no negative ass platform and really believe everything he say is the truth. Some points be good points. Most of that shit be fluffed out. And he said the other day that Bud and them don't. We been knew Bud and them don't like him. You know, people do what they do because they got real, you know, shit going on with the people they talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to remember also that these people listen. I've talked to a reliable source that's told me out of Crawford's own mouth that he listens. These guys listen to everything that's on YouTube. They listen to all that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on Bushido Boxing Channel when I heard when the brother said that. He brought up he brought up Letitia Crawford.
Damn.
So yeah, they definitely listen. That's a fact.
We won it. Last second, WCS.
That's what's up.
They tried to do the lateral, and Chandler Jones intercepted the lateral, scored a touchdown. No time on the clock. Game over.
Damn.
Get on off the field, Belichick. You lost. Get on off the field.
Yeah, Blunts. You know, with me, it's only a few channels. Like I would take their word for it. Like if they dropped the video and I seen the title, I would just tend to believe them. Outside of that, as far as boxing information, I primarily go to, you know, just like a few websites and stuff, because you see this whole new media movement that came about that tried to basically destroy the boxing writers and stuff. Well, they end up proving to be less credible than new media. I trust at least the boxing writers actually have sources. These new media channels, they don't even got sources. They can just make up stuff. And if you in a group, well, here's Fanon. Where'd you get the source from? Blue Blood.
Hey,
source from?
I'm so glad you said that. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm so glad you said that, because yes, the other day when he was doing all that 5K talk, OG, what I do? I text you. I damn near text you while that shit was going on. I clipped the live. I sent the video to you of him saying the shit. And I said, I'm finna go check Twitter right now, because I'm on Twitter and I follow a lot of the boxing writers and shit on Twitter. A lot of them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I know where to gather the information from. So, again, so come on, man. You got to know I don't believe nothing that nigga say. I talked to you personally about that shit, man. Come on, man. This shit ain't rocket science, man. I know whose fluff was able to peep who wasn't real about shit.
Bro, you
and
act
all
like
that.
you never, man, that's old. I ain't gonna go back in the past about it, because you know Coach Malachi in the building. Shout out to Coach Malachi on deck, man. What's good with it, Coach?
Coach, what's the deal?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You good?
All right, yeah, I got to go Bluetooth. So, no, I ain't staying long. I'm in the garage working out. I'm doing 2 a days now, trying to get right.
You about to do a calendar that you gonna post on YouTube?
Nah, hell no. I'm too old for that shit. I'm pushing 50, so I ain't know. Hey, but yeah, no, it's like again, I understand the business of YouTube. I'm the only channel that I know of. I really broke it down, how the analytics work. I didn't talk about keyword research and SEO and stuff like that. But I showed on my show, I did a show where I actually showed how I go into TubeBuddy, do my keyword research. Because I have a marketing background, so I'm the only guy that's done that. I actually been on the guy who you guys talking about. I've been on this page while I was on live, showed y'all this how he made his thumbnail, this how you make the thumbnail, this how you come up with the title. This is why he's making these type of videos because of the score. Like I got receipts.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I say because of when you type his name in, this is how much it ranks.
Mm-hmm.
If it's in the green, going to 100, that's how I know. Like I'm not. That's how I know Terrence Crawford is the hottest name in boxing, more so than Tank Davis, more so than Canelo Alvarez right now. I'm saying on YouTube, because it is what it is. Some of my highest numbers is I don't even like talking about Crawford Spence. I really don't like talking about him. And there's a lot of things that I said in the past. I said, man, there's a lot of stuff I hear from my sources, and I got some really good sources. I know people who know the brother, Mr. Heyman there, personally, especially the guy I went now. So, but I say a lot of stuff I don't say. I'm the one talking to people. This sources say this and that, yada yada yada. And I make mockery of it. You may see a video where I go in there say, sources say, according to sources. People know when I say that it's BS. I'm just joking because I make mockery of it. Sweet sources say is a way to tell a lie, or maybe they even tell the truth without revealing where that truth came from or where that lie came from. So you can always back out of it. But I always show when they do it on YouTube, they do it on YouTube, it's more 9 times out of 10 is BS. It's very vague language, nothing direct. Some people, I'm not going to say his name, on my show, I said this guy here said according to sources. And then when I went down and looked in their description, he said the source was him. And I remember I did it on my show and everybody bust out laughing. I'm like, yeah, this dude is his own source. So this is what it is. This is the business of YouTube. The business of YouTube is, and I said I'm going to do a show where I'm going to actually break down how much money I make, how much money these other channels more than likely probably making, how much money you get AdSense, depending how much money you get per AdSense. I'm the one that told everybody the direct deposits come in America on the 21st of every month. Like, none of these dudes refute anything I say or even come at me with that, because it's like, dude, I know what I'm talking. I know the game. I know what you're doing. But my job is not to try to in my show, I tell people, my job is not to try to convince you of anything. Believe what you want to believe. And I say this time and time again. There's nothing that I can do. There's nothing I'm going to say that's going to change your mind, and ain't nothing you're going to say that's going to change my mind. So the only thing we can do is what? Agree to disagree and move on. Because I'm not going to argue with you for the sake of arguing. Believe what you want to believe. I don't care. I'm going to do the show, get off, and at 3 o'clock, I'm going to do it all over again. That's just where I'm at. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Yeah, my job ain't to try to wake you up, open your eyes. I'm going to lay it out there. Do what you want to do. Think what you want to think. I don't care. I'm going to keep it moving. I know what it is. You know what I mean? And as long as I know, that's all that matters. And that's just where I'm at with it.
That's a fact. Shout out to you, Coach.
Yeah, I'm coach down as far as the analytics, the channel analytics. When I told him what separate him from a lot is that he's pretty much read the books and took the certifications that was needed, and he understands the marketing aspect of it. And then he can come in here and do a live and know how to do the graphics and shit like that. You got to pretty much be a polymath for this shit. You know what I'm saying? To change levels, you definitely got the polymath, man.
I mean, even we'll come back. Even down to how you make the thumbnail, how to make the colors within the thumbnail resonate within the retina of the eyes of your marks, the people who you're trying to attract. Because YouTube is all about the thumbnail and the title, right? So by me being a copywriter, knowing how to write headlines and stuff like that, a lot of stuff that you see going on YouTube, and you can study the tabloids and stuff like that, it's called curiosity headlines. Curiosity headline is, oh no, shocking. You won't believe what Errol Spence did today. Amazing. Breaking news. Oh my gosh. Errol Spence told Terrence Crawford, what? If you look at a lot of the brother who y'all talking about, I call him Fag Nine, the titles, a lot of his titles are curiosity headlines. I pretty much know it's some bullshit just by looking at his headline. I know, this is that's just to draw me in. I know what it is. And then the thing is too is this. Once you have a subscriber base and your tribe pretty much thinks like you, believes everything that you say or most of it, then you have to feed your base. If I have a F. Terrence Crawford YouTube channel and most of my subscribers are F. Terrence Crawford subscribers, then anytime anytime I drop a Terrence Crawford video and I'm dissing them, defecating on them, I know that that's going to do good for me because this is what my base wants to hear. That's marketing 101. Whatever your audience want to hear, you got to keep feeding it to them. That's all it is. That's all it is. Now, is there any integrity in it? No. You know, some people like being lied to. It's a known fact that no dudes that be making stuff up in line, but some people like being lied to. The people who I notice that's on YouTube, they are very, very low IQ individuals. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. They're very, very low IQ. And some people just like being lied to. They hate the truth and love the lie. They love the well dressed up lie and hate the naked truth, and that's just what it is. So, I can do the same thing if I wanted to. You know what I mean? I literally can. The people on YouTube are very, very easy to deceive and manipulate. It's really easy. You know what I mean? They're not the brightest people in the world, so it's very easy to manipulate them. And I do it. I know when I drop a Terrence Crawford video, and I say, you know, if I drop a Terrence Crawford video, I know everybody from his channel is gonna come over there and watch. You know, I know before I even drop it how many people are gonna be. I can guess it down to a T. Last week I did a Crawford video, said something about Spence, and I said that we're gonna have about 600-700 people in here today. And when I turned the live on, it was like I had like 100. When I ended the live, it was like 600-700 people. I know, and I know where they're coming from because I have an app on my phone that tells me the people who subscribe to me also subscribe to them. And I know what they like. I know what their subscribers are used to getting fed. So when I can come up with a title, I know that they are watching me. They are going to come over there just to hear what I have to say. Whether they love me or hate me, I'm gonna get the views. I'm gonna get all of that. And I have a small channel in comparison to them. You get what I'm saying? So it's very easy, man. The people on YouTube, make a long story short, a lot of the people on YouTube, they don't know shit. So very easy to manipulate them, use them, and I'm not mad. If they want to be lied to them, get your ad revenue, get them coming, tell them what they want to hear, and keep on, because that's what they want anyway. And you know that is where I'm at with it, to be honest with you. That's where they at. That's where they at. World Cup back. So the intelligent guy coming, dropping the truth, knowledge. There's no room for you. Nobody want to hear that knowledge shit. Nobody want to hear, oh, he dropping the truth. Nobody care about that. The lie is more profitable. That's just where it's at. So, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know, I'm glad I didn't go down that path. But you know, but I didn't have to. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. That's just the game, man. So, hey, man, let everybody get their money, man. I'm done.
Hey, Coach, what did you think about the Frank Martin performance against Michel Rivera?
Frank Martin did an excellent job against Michel Rivera. Excellent job. He looked like one of the greatest fighters in the history of boxing against Michel Rivera.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean? So
Michel Rivera, he got a F in my opinion. You know, on his performance, man. He just didn't have any adjustments.
Yeah, his performance was terrible. Making the same mistake that Anthony Joshua made when he fought Usyk the first time, leaning to when you're fighting a southpaw, you never lean to your right and put your head in direct fire with the backhand, right? So he made that mistake. Then he was circling the southpaw to his right. That's another mistake he made. That's why he kept getting hit with the backhand. And then two, he had his lead foot on the inside of Frank Martin's lead foot. That's another mistake he made. And he did it the entire fight. Reaching with the backhand, not engaging the distance very well, didn't understand, couldn't get the rhythm or the timing of Frank Martin. His corner wasn't telling him, look, man, stop circling to the right, circle to the left. Your proper foot placement, you get what I'm saying? It's just everything that everything that you're not supposed to do, he did. And I'm just not impressed with Michel Rivera. I'm just being honest with you. Like, this the guy they was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so and he looked like he never boxed a southpaw before in his life. Never sparred one.
What
I
about his
wonder.
corner though? What about his
Oh,
corner?
his corner was terrible. Well, come back. His corner was terrible. They didn't even tell him what he was doing wrong.
Yeah, they didn't tell him what he was doing wrong, man. They didn't provide any type of pertinent instructions to change that shit around. Like, damn, have a sense of urgency or something. But I guess you can't have a sense of urgency if you lack the knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, they wasn't telling him, hey, look, man, stop circling to the right. Look here, stop dipping your head down to the right. Look here, man, get your head off the line right there. You're right in the middle. You're making it very easy for him. And there was nothing that Frank Martin did that was spectacular, to be honest with you. He did the same thing from the first round to the 12th round and anywhere in between, right? And there was no reason for him to make the adjustments because, hey, this guy ain't going to make no adjustments. I'm going to keep doing the same thing. I'm going to spin them. I'm going to turn them, give them angles, feint to get in. My speed, I'm too fast for him. My footwork is just far superior. He's crouching down. You're a taller fighter. You're supposed to fight tall. He didn't do none of that, man. Like, I'm not impressed with Michel Rivera at all. To me, he's a PBC hype job. No disrespect to him. He's a good, he's a basic fighter, in my opinion, basic fighter. And that's it. And he'll beat a lot of guys, but he doesn't have ring IQ, in my opinion. Doesn't have ring IQ at all. So, because he can't have ring IQ when you're doing the same thing from the first round to the 12th round and everything in between, and you don't realize the mistakes that you're making, and you don't even have the wherewithal as a fighter to understand what you're doing wrong and make the adjustments yourself. The good fighters know how to make the adjustments on the fly. So that's the way I see it, man. But yeah, Frank Martin was like the greatest fighter in the history of boxing last night, fighting on Michel Rivera.
Yeah, he did, man. He looked damn good, boy. He couldn't do no wrong, coach.
Hey, now if he step up and fight some of them top guys that he called out at the end after the fight, it's gonna be, in my opinion, it's gonna be a different ballgame.
Why did you think he kept on spinning him? Like he would turn him, but yet he wouldn't do anything with it. He'd just stand behind Michel Rivera and get nothing out of it. Like he kept doing the same thing and just stopping because Rivera would just freeze up. Like, okay, he disappeared again. I'm not even gonna turn around and try to find our way out. I'm not trying to locate him. I just felt like Martin was doing that, and he got nothing out of it. It's not like he landed a punch or punches when he did that. Oh.
I mean, he hit him a few times. He split him a few times and was hitting him and stuff like that. But other than that, that's it. Like I said, and I like Frank Martin. I think he's ready. I think he's ready for a title shot. But we know he's not going to get the title shot. I'm going to tell you why. Because you called out Shakur. You're not going to get that fight. Shakur's with top rank, so that ain't going to happen. And your business model is y'all keep everything in the house.
So you think he's ready for Devin Haney? So you think
he's ready for
Devin Haney, huh?
Yes, he's ready for all of them. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why he's ready. Because when your fans go to telling me that this guy is the best thing since sliced bread, I'm gonna agree with you. Yes, he's the best thing since sliced bread. So since we agree with that, throw his ass in there with Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Tank Davis. Let's see how ready he is. Shakur got 19 fights, and Frank Martin got 17 fights. Now the difference is Shakur has faced better competition. He's a 2-division world champion. You know what I mean? Olympics, all that stuff there. So that's the difference. So, but yeah, throw him in there. If he is who they say he is, throw his ass in there with him, man. That's my motto. I don't believe in taking no fighters. Oh, you say he King Kong? Oh, he better for marketing? He better for gambling? Okay, cool. Throw his ass in there with marketing and gambling. Let's see what he got. That's where I'm at. No, I know that ain't gonna happen. You know what I mean? I know that ain't gonna happen, but that's the way I see it.
Damn, interesting.
Sound like Brian Custer. Interesting.
I just feel like he still needs some work, you know what I'm saying? But, like I said, I understand you when you say he looked very, very good against Michel Rivera. But grading that performance off the lack thereof off Michel Rivera, I feel that he still has work to do because he couldn't get him up out of there. He dropped him in the 7th round, but he couldn't get him up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So I was looking at it like I don't think he's ready for a championship fight yet with like a Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? Even a Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. I mean, he's not nowhere close to getting in the ring with none of them either. I was saying that I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Keyshawn Davis though.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that. I'd love to see that, but we know that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
We know that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff, man, just be fantasy matches. Like, this need to happen, that need to happen. And what the fans want and the reality of the situation is two different things. And as my aunt used to tell me, man, sometimes you don't know what you don't know until you know it. And when you don't know and don't know you don't know, you'll argue and make arguing points out of ignorance. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. A lot of people don't know, and they don't know they don't know. They think they know, but they don't know, and it is what it is, and it's so. Yeah, don't fight for happen, man. We know that. Shit. I'm like, man, I'm from the show me state, man. Show me.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He might need more. He might need some more work. He ain't ready yet. But my thing is, if they say he as good as he is, say he is.
Yeah.
Okay, put him in there. I'm past the talk. Okay, you're right. He King Kong. Okay, when is he gonna fight Godzilla? And then when you throw that out there, when the rubber hit the road, then it's like, oh man, they got to do this and do that. And then I got to hear all these online managers, these promoters, these mouthpieces for promotional companies online. I got to hear from these Avatar gangsters. I got to hear from. I'm like, man, look here, man. You say this guy is King Kong. Okay, cool. When are we gonna get that fight? Now he should be able to get in the ring with Tank Davis. Both of them on the same side of the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, both of them PBC. So that should be an easy fight to be made.
They definitely not gonna put him in there with Javante. Shit.
Why?
I don't know because I think they trying to put Javante in. I don't know. When I say put him in there with some dealing with the titles, then Ryan Garcia just totally debunks that shit. Hector Garcia totally debunks that.
Well, Tank got a Reggie belt, so they can fight for the Reggie. Shit, if he can fight Ronald Romero, put his Reggie belt on the line, he can fight Frank Martin, put his Reggie belt on the line.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be up to, I guess, Al Heyman and Tom Brown or whoever the matchmaker is. More than likely Al Heyman, it's gonna be up to Al. So, and do Errol Spence feel comfortable? Because he's supposed to be the promoter. So do Errol Spence feel comfortable? Hey, let me ask you a question. What do you think about? I think Monday, right? I did a show Monday, and I was talking about Frank Martin, Floyd Mayweather's fight card. And nobody on YouTube, you probably spoke about it, a couple of dudes. But I'm saying the people who I like to call the Wakandas, the Wakanda channels, they wasn't even talking about this fight. It's like Monday, Tuesday. I spoke about it Monday, I spoke about it Wednesday. And I'm like, dude, it was still about Crawford, of course. We know that, we understand that. Yeah. But I'm like, dude, y'all supposed to be so pro melanated and all that stuff there. And why y'all don't talk about this? Y'all love Spence so much. Why didn't you talk about his fight?
Because, man, there's something more fake, but underlining this fake about what's going on with Spence, man. Because you're right. Like, they didn't really talk about Frank Martin like that. It was a solid fight, too. Michel Rivera on paper, it seemed like him and Frank Martin match up very well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It match up very well, but hardly any banter on here about freaking Frank Martin. Any.
And I'm like, man, that's the main man fighter. Y'all ain't talking about him, but I was talking about him. I spoke about him twice, 3 times this week.
Yeah.
No, yesterday, today, Monday, and I think Wednesday. Some of them, I'm like, man, y'all don't even talk about the man. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, man. I mean, the hypocrisy and the level of ignorance on this stuff is very, very high, and you just got to understand what you're dealing with. Once you understand what you're dealing with, you don't get You don't get your emotions involved with it. You kind of emotionally detach yourself from it. I think that's kind of like where I'm heading at now. I have a mentor as well, so kind of heading there now with it. Okay, I get it. I understand what it is. No, don't take it down personally, man. Just keep it pushing. Understand the level of ignorance that you're dealing with because it's very, very high, very high.
Yeah.
You know,
You ain't lying, goddammit.
you look like you come out the civilizer, and it's like they look at you like you got 9 heads because a lot of people they like dysfunction. You know, they like the dysfunction. They like the love and hip hop Atlanta, love and hip hop New York. They like the dysfunction. Everything that it's either you're going to build or destroy. And if you're going to destroy, what's your purpose of destroying? Are you destroying to rebuild to make it better? Are you just destroying just for the sake of destroying? So I think here what you have here is kind of like YouTube, Twitter. It's like the Wild Wild West, and just a bunch of utter destruction and zombies and as we said when I was in the nation, deaf, dumb, and blind, eat swine out of their mind.
Damn.
So that's what you said in the mob.
Deaf, dumb, and blind does what with swine?
Deaf, dumb, and blind eating swine and out of their mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's out of their mind. So you have to get this out of their minds. That's just what it is. It's zombies. And once you understand that, and then you're a marketer and you have a channel, you understand your tribe. Understand, like me, I've studied every marketer in the game. I spent probably about $30,000 over the years. A lot of money. And I know them all. Black dude in San Diego called Billy Jean is marketing. Look him up. Multi-millionaire. Russell Brunson, ClickFunnels. Look him up. Sam Others. Look him up. What's my main man name from Hong Kong? Dan Locke. Look him up. Jim Rohn. He passed away. So I took all of them. So, I know this shit. And now, like the back of my hand, man. It's easy, man. It's easy. And there's other ways I can talk to you about it online that you can make money just by shooting your videos as well. I will never get that game up for free. Never. I mean, I tell you because you're my brother, but outside of that, I never talk about that. Because a lot of people think the only way you can make it is make money on shooting videos is just go on YouTube and you wait for the AdSense to come in and get super chats. Nah, that's just the bottom of the barrel right there. That ain't nothing. Yeah, that ain't nothing. It's like four more. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 more ways that you make more money than what you'll make on YouTube just by uploading YouTube videos.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm doing it now. You know what I mean? So, but I never get that game up because I don't want them niggas to know nothing. If they don't know, I ain't telling.
Yeah.
They don't know. I ain't telling. I ain't. They say the game is to be sold, not to be told. When you give game away for free, people they don't appreciate it, and they don't even know what you're giving.
They'll try to take the game and resell the game when they got it for free. They got it for free, but now they're gonna resell it. Tell me, hey, I told y'all, man, this shit deep, man. I'm telling you, I've been doing my homework now.
But the packaging wrong. Though. You got the packaging wrong. You trying to resell it, but you got the packaging wrong. You don't know how to present it. Like everything is how you package it, how you deliver it. You know what I mean? So some people, you got to understand when you're dealing with certain people. Some people they operate on a lower frequency, so you got to come down to the frequency where they're at and talk to them to the level in which they can understand. And then other people you can talk to, they operate on a higher frequency, so you have to elevate to the higher frequency in order to talk to them, and then you got the middle ground and stuff like that. The issue is online, you have a bunch of low frequency motherfuckers, and that's the highest they're going to go. You know what I mean? And it's going to take them some time to evolve and grow and get to that. It may take 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or crazy part about it, some of these guys are older guys. It ain't just young guys. These guys are like my age, in the 40s, 50s, like they, So, I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. But I appreciate the work. I'm in the garage, so that's why I sound like an echo, man. I'm doing push-ups and dips and finna hit the punching bag. And other than that, that's it, man. Just much love on World Cup back.
Hey, for sure, man. Much love to you too, brother. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Much success. Hey, let the people know where they can find you at, man. Like they already don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Y'all can find the old boy, man, Coach Malachi Williams, man. Let me get today USA Boxing on YouTube. I'm on every day, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I drop like two videos a day. I do a show at 3, then I may drop a video in the afternoon or in the morning. So please be on the lookout for that. But we have sponsorships now, packages that I'm gonna be rolling out, merchandise, and right now I am the spokesperson of Team Freeway Boxing. Shout out to Freeway Ricky Ross for giving me that opportunity. And
Yeah, congrats
2023
on
gonna
that,
be some
man.
big things, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, like, our brother opened up the door for that. I really appreciate that. And now I'm kind of, so it is what it is, man. It's only up from here. It's only up from here. And I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I'm gonna tell you something. An old dude told me a long time ago when I was like 16. He said, "Listen, let me explain something to you, young man." He say, you never let a nigga trick you out of your freedom, and you never let a nigga trick you out of your life. When you're dealing with these Wakandas online, or even dealing with Wakandas in the street, understand that when these guys are on demon time, there's only two outcomes that's going to happen. You're either going to get tricked out of your freedom because they're going to force you to do something to them, and you're going to end up doing time, or you're going to get tricked out of your life. You know what I mean? So when you out in society going about, just be aware of the situation. Any issues that you can avoid it. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because when you're dealing with certain people with certain mentalities, you just never know. Those are the only two outcomes that can happen. So never let anybody trick you out of your freedom. Never let anybody trick you out of your life. And other than that, that's it.
That's what's up, coach. Always appreciate your knowledge, bro. You know what I'm saying? And definitely gonna be tuned in. You know what I'm saying? I want you all the listeners, man, to tune in to Coach's Dang podcast. I was up here while he was talking. I was up here on Tube, buddy, looking at some shit, putting in some damn searches and stuff like that, man. But yeah, we'll definitely talk, coach, man.
All right, for sure.
And congrats on that Rick Ross situation. Yeah, I know we talked about it before, but man, I told you the growth is you got unlimited potential. The growth is about to go through the ceiling, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everything that you
About to
told
be in
me,
the skies,
everything that
man.
yeah, everything that you suggested to me, like that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So that's exactly what I'm doing. I got to get the team together and everything. That's exactly how it's going down. Even to the point now, trying to get an editor, photographer, stuff like that. Cause I just want to just show up, talk, do what I do, run my mouth, and leave.
Yeah, I got you.
And let everybody else make the thumbnails now. Let
Mm-hmm.
everybody else edit the videos and put the drops in there that the skits and stuff that I put in there. And, that's just time consuming, man. And when you get, like where I'm at in my life, man, what I realize the most important thing you have in your life is time, and that's the most important thing, time and your health and your family and stuff like that. But time management is everything. How you manage your time is very, very important. We all have 24 hours in a day, but it's what you do within those 24 hours is what matters and what counts. So I just want to manage my time the best way I can, and you know, make sure that my moves are as effective as possible within the time that we have, throughout the day. You know what I mean? So that's how I see things now. It ain't about the money, none of that. The money's a gimme. You're gonna make that. That's not a problem. As long as you have the skill set, the talent, and the work ethic, you're gonna make the money. But it's all the other stuff, you know, how to manage that time, man. Because you can waste your time just doing nothing. You know what I mean? And the next thing you know, oh man, all this one went by, and so it is what it is, man. Hey, salute, Scott. Let me get my workout.
All right, then, for sure, man. All right, thanks, coach. I'm out. Yep. Shout out to Coach Malachi, man. Doing big things. Continue to grow, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Good shit. Big shout out to everyone that's in the chat. You know what I'm saying? That pulled up today. Hey, people out there is gonna have a different type of roar to it. You know, it's not gonna be a smooth, low key running engine all the time. You know, you're gonna hear the shit sometime. The shit gonna rumble a little bit different. That's just what boxing debates does, man. You know what I'm saying? You really gotta have a sense of tolerance, patience. You feel me? You definitely got to be calibrated different if you stay on here on a regularity. That's all I'm saying, man. Like I don't get overly intense to bring this to a personal level where I'm thinking about the shit once I shut down the live. But the conversation sometimes can seem that way. But with me, nah. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't do it. But it's amazing. Like this shit right here on YouTube, man. It's a story in itself. Like every day, I'm out boxing. And then if you take the conversation for boxing and you turn and collect all the opinions that goes around about that particular boxing topic and all the back and forth, man, the temperatures and attitudes and behaviors, and just, you know, listen to it turn into a violent exchange, dog, a non-physical energy. This shit's get crazy. You just have to be very cautious on staying too long in the seat and allowing this shit to affect the way. I really think some of these dudes that sit up here and call, you know, and drop these freaking obscenities the way they do over boxing topics, they're not built for, you know, being a content creator. It's just too easy. Like boxing will always be a turbulent type. I mean, boxing topics. Boxing in general will always be a turbulent type topic, turbulent type subject conversation. Always, it'll always be that way. It's been people that stopped talking to me when I was supporting Deontay Wilder. I thought we was cool in life. You know what I'm saying? In life, I thought we was cool, but since we support different fighters, then it turns into like a whole damn catastrophe. Like, how did this disaster happen? You know what I'm saying? How can you be that mad with me? And we're not talking about something that holds a principle in our everyday lives, man. I don't owe you money. I didn't steal your car. I didn't try to holler at your girl. You know what I'm saying? I didn't stab you in the back. None of that shit. But you got people that will absolutely separate that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's some good, solid people on here. Not everybody who you make amends with is solid. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody is. But it is some real ones. Like me, I just go off the strength of knowing who's solid and who ain't. I don't need for you to be 100% solid because we had a disagreement and we come to a reconciliation. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's mutually respect there, you know, I can go off what I know in life. I'm cool with it. We don't have to talk on the phone all the time. We don't have to do all that shit. We don't have to do that. But you can tell when a person is a grown ass adult and they grown adults. Like you can tell the bitch assness is absent. You can tell. Man, big shout out to y'all who pulled up today, man. Said peace to everyone in the chat. No doubt, coach. Peace to you, brother. Appreciate you pulling up. Real talk. Shaw News say the sauce experience. I said Shaw News the sausage like I was reading your comment. Salute W says I was shooting with that new cannon today. Image is coming soon. That's what's up, man. Drop the lens game, man. You know, shorts of Shaw steals, bro. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? Having your own content is the best that you can do. It's your shit, bro. Nobody else's. Nobody can look at that shit with your watermark on and say, "Oh, no, that's not your stuff, man. You stealing content, man. You stealing freaking pictures." No, that's my shit. I got the raw image. I got the raw image to it. That's my shit. You know, you can post that shit 1,000 times with your watermark, and 1,000 times it'll be yours. 1,000 ownership. You feel me? I'm just gonna talk about this last topic. Errol Spence, man. It's a article that was out about Errol Spence says Tank Davis versus Crawford would be a good fight. So it goes into the article, and it says if Spence were to go into second round negotiations with Crawford next year, it would have to be in the back of his mind the possibility that Bud is negotiating with other company at the same time and would disappear again without warning. Now, I always like to highlight the author, which is Jim Calfa, which already he's been a Bud Crawford hater. Because just because someone had a plan B in one negotiation, you cannot place that stigma on them moving forward as if it's contagious. If that's automatically something that is a type behavior in them, in anybody they negotiate with. Because see, why I call this out is he never had an issue with negotiating with anybody else. It was tough for him in these negotiations because of the risk that he presents to those belts being lifted from the PBC realm. So of course, people are going to be upset because they wanted it, but yet they weren't at the table during the negotiations, so they feel some type of way. Now this dude's in the article talking about it's a possibility that he can do this, that, and the other. Man, come on, bro. You know, I'm talking about Bud is negotiating with another company at the same time and could disappear again without warning. Spence will be kicking himself for not having learned his lesson about what happened the first time he tried to negotiate a fight with Crawford. You got people, you know, just listen. Being a writer myself, right? I was told this. They told me, you can write, but stop writing like it's a boxing novel. You need to write like it's a script, like to paint a story, and within that story, you're inserting information that may not be all the way true. And what I mean by that, I'm not telling you to put lies, but you can't just go off. If a fighter that you like, you write a good article about that fighter. No, you got to write an article about him with some information that may just be on the side of controversy. He told me that. You know, they wanted me to put out 3 articles a week. They wanted me to put out 3 articles a week on quota. 3 articles a week. Real talk. This article goes on to say, I don't know. It's not nothing. It's not something I'm focused on right now, said Errol. Okay. Let me start over. I don't know. It's not something I'm focused on right now, said Errol Spence Jr. in ES News when asked about going on with Terrence Crawford. I just got into an accident a while back 2 weeks ago. It's not even looking like it's going to happen in the next fight, said Spence, about a match against Crawford. So hopefully it can definitely happen this year. My take on this accident deal, I just don't put 100% faith that it was something that just happened out of the blue. You know what I'm saying? That it was natural. I think it was pretentious. I don't think it was natural. I don't. It happened naturally. It was coincidental. No, I don't think so, bro. I think it was pretentious. Real talk. It's been prevaricated. I don't know. He goes on to say, yeah, I watched the highlights of Crawford versus David Avenesian on December 10th. I can't knock him for the money. He said he make $10 million. No knock to him. Fight a bum and make $10 million is great. I'm not knocking him for it. I just felt like he should have been more on the up and up. He should have told us that he was talking the whole time. He was talking to us and talking to them. He went off trying to get a quick bag. I'm not knocking the bag, how he went about things. He went about things the wrong way. Now, said Spence, when asked if he talked to Crawford since his disappearing act. It would be a good night. Tank can hit, said Spence, and reacted to Gervonta Davis saying he could knock Crawford out. Tank has the kind of power where he'll knock anybody out if he catches them clean. I think it'll be a good ass fight. I rock with Tank on that anyway. I don't believe in tune-ups. Listen now. Spence said I don't believe in tune-ups. It's not my pedigree. Find someone I know I can beat in a showcase fight. I'm still going to train hard, but I'm not going to train as hard as I would if I were fighting a top dude with a name. The fans deserve it too. They don't want to see you fight a bum, a dude, or a showcase fight, said Spence. So, Spence is saying what he's saying. We all know that Danny Garcia was a selected opponent, a carefully selected opponent who did not have any intention of going in there and trying to beat Spence, period. He didn't have no intention of going in there beating Spence. He didn't fight with any vigor. He didn't fight like he was going for the upset. He fight like he knew his place. He knew what the check was, and he understood what the orders were written. That's what Danny was. So all this, I don't fight tune-ups, man, please. Danny Garcia was absolutely a tune-up and absolutely a friend of yours who chose to move around, get beat up because y'all both boxers who fought at the highest level. Y'all know about sparring. Y'all know how to move around the ring and make it look presentable and make it look credible to the audience. And that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? He's light-skinned. It's not going to take him much to look a certain way. A fighter gets a swollen eye. That's something they've been through before. It's not detrimental. The referee is not going to allow these dudes to get beat to an oblivion and dying on their last leg. They can pick up a swollen ass eye all day long and make it look presentable. And then they put ice on it and give it several days. It should be good. The swelling go down and everything, man. So, him talking about he was in an accident and he ain't fighting, man, get out of here. I ain't buying that shit, dog. It's people around here can't even find a freaking report. Why don't the Spencer Hawley's go look up that report? It's people around here can't find a report. They can't find a freaking report. Where's the 14-year-old kid that supposedly hit? And how did you know he was 14? How? Did the kid stop? Because last time I checked, it was a hit and run, right? So it was a hit and run. Where did they catch him at? Where did they catch the little kid at? Why hasn't anything else came out about that since he hit a well-known boxer who was out in freaking at nighttime again, and he get hit, and now all of a sudden I don't know when the fight gonna happen. No, I think there was just a ploy for you not to step in there with Keith Thurman. Just for you not to step in there, period. Just another way to procrastinate and prolong the inevitable. Real talk. Now you're talking about you going off an accident. You know what I'm saying? You're not as healthy. I guess you got some whiplash or something. Or whatever the case. I don't think you was even in the car when the car got hit. Real talk. I mean, you was walking pretty damn good. I wanted to buy you some track shoes, dog. I know and understand why you can't stand these Wakanda niggas. I got them jealous guys in my town, Coach Malachi. Hey, man. You can't please everybody, though. You can't please everybody. Real talk. You can't please everybody. The real ones that know how you alone. You know what I'm saying? Based off action alone. The real ones that know, man. The real ones that know. I remember Coach saying some real shit. He said, I look over there, y'all doing your own thing. I get where he's coming from. Because certain people may be up in there and they just they got to be the center of attention. They're a distraction. and they need goddamn attention. But you in a situation, everybody doing their own fucking thing till it's time to move. Let's move. Let's go. I totally got what he meant by that, man. But damn, I've been on this month for 4 hours. God damn, shawty. Up here, bro. But man, Spence can go on somewhere with that, man. I do not believe nothing about no car accident that happened at an opportune time. You dropping shirts and shit, man. Man, we faking car accidents now, bro. You're the faking car accidents, man, just to get out of a fight. Man, just to get out of a fight, man. God damn. This shit is getting extremely, for the hardcore boxing fans that only cover boxing. Good luck. Don't go insane now. Take your medication. And boxing scene has an article. Smith say stuff start hurting after the accident. Expects to return in April, May, or June. Now he ain't fighting for the whole motherfucking first half of the year. Wow. So that's gonna look. It's gonna be all that time for them to have to make a fight. If he's talking about June, all that time. Crawford has his mandatory in May, so you got all that time, and you're gonna be well out the ring a whole year if you don't fight in April. Let me see what he had to say in this article, man. I was going to have a fight announcement probably like 3 or 4 days after my accident. Man, this nigga bogus, man. Spence said I was going to have, shout out the boxing scene. This is straight out of the boxing scene, man. Spence stuff started hurting after the accident, expects to return in April, May, or June. Okay. He says, all this coincidence, right? All of this is coincidence. People, you have to be smarter than this. I always explain to y'all, be smart, man. Utilize your intelligence. If you're a fully functional, healthy individual, right? Just be smart, man. Don't play into the damn agitprop and the hocus pocus and the damn magical sci-fi type shit that's going on. He said I was going to have a fight announcement probably like 3 or 4 days after my accident. Spence said. But stuff started hurting and things like that, so we kind of push it back and we'll wait on the announcement. So first of all, we would like to know what you was going to announce. Like a fight with who? Probably like around May or June, April, May or June, said Spence. So you really don't know when you're going to fight. Who didn't give specific details about the injuries. I just gotta, talk to my team, Hopefully, I'll recover 100%. I'm sure I'll recover 100% because I've been in worse accidents. But talk to my team, I'm reading verbatim off how he sounds now, but talk to my team, and hopefully come up with a day that suits both of us and make it happen. That's him talking now. They say Spence suffered cuts and scrapes to his face and body as well as dental damage. He's talking about the first accident. Win for losing, Spence said. But I mean, I'm doing great. Very unfortunate that a 14-year-old kid, steal his parents' car. And then out of all people that, on the road, he run into me. So it's fortunate, but I survived, and I'm doing all right, man. A couple of bruises and things like that. I can't make that shit up. That's what he put. Man. I need to copy that. I'm gonna put that over there so y'all can go to that brain fucking stage that I just went through reading that shit. That's it right there. You know what I'm saying? That's straight quote on them listening to freaking Spence. No. And also I'm gonna do them one better. I'm going to provide the link to that so you all can, if you have some free time during your holiday, just check in and read that. You know what I'm saying? On your fighter that doesn't get any airtime from those so-called pro Spence channels. And I've came to a conclusion a while back that they just don't care to talk about him. They don't care about him, first of all, but they just more about the money aspect. So now that Spence is basically proved to them that he doesn't produce them anything, he's sunky, non-dependable. Now they're going to go to somebody who is dependable. And the way they're going to do it is just bashing and defaming his name. So that's how they're going to keep that little revenue up and popping and keep the algorithm and the analytics active by talking about Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? So they basically sold themselves out. Nothing different than what they do in Hollywood. This is the same shit where you see somebody sell themselves out and they supposed to be talking about a reputable, non-clickbait type of content creator. Now they've chosen to commit themselves to clickbait. How can you ever recover from that? You can't. They don't care because they're going to say it's their money and their channel. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. But y'all hold it down, man. Big shout out to everyone that tuned in. Salute. Keep on supporting the channel, man. Days. Be safe out there. I know it's going to be some type of adversity somewhere, somehow, but man, I wish y'all nothing but the best. Be safe. And turn up and tune in the World Comeback.